I really don't care. Like,
well, that's what submission is. That's what submission is that you.
Down that I think everybody is at some point deserving to receive love and to be even into marriage if they do aspire for marriage.
I believe that society shapes how we view things and how we look at things in our life.
Make your own bed. That's basically what Kevin Samuels is saying. His delivery is what people kind of throws people off. But basically,
aggressive or like violent, like where I think toxic masculinity is
no offense to men, that they also get this idea that, you know, women are just going to take care of them and everything is going to be like easy.
A domestic violence shelter, and he brought her up to be, you know, a $25,000.
Hell yeah, you need to judge in dating. It is what it is. You know, you can't not judge people just because you feel bad about it. Like, you need to know.
As much as I love my daughter, there are some harsh realities and some things that her mother and I teach her in order to help her to understand. And
like, I'm sure everyone knows a woman that, you know, had sex at the
What's going on? Welcome back to CKQ Podcast. I'm your host, Clement, and before we do our usual intro, do me a favor, hit that like and subscribe button for more content like this every Tuesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And our usual panelists, we got John.
Hey everybody, this is Black Wall Street from down here in Alabama, and y'all should follow me on the YouTube thing. It's Black Wall Street Trading LLC, and learn how to get you a little extra money in your pocket. That's what I got to say.
Go on and get some gems. We got Danielle.
Hello, my name's Danielle. You can follow me on Instagram at Fly Nurse Mom Wife, and here on YouTube at My Sister's Keeper.
Danielle definitely just woke up, but it's okay. So before we get into the usual topics, our usual questions, I want to get you guys' opinion. What do you think of like the whole high value man talk like that? Like, did it have a purpose? Has it served any kind of purpose?
I don't know. Maybe it gave me an aspiration that didn't have any. It gave them a target if they didn't have one. I don't know.
John, what do you think?
Say, you was talking low. I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
Oh, the high value man talk, the high value man conversation that's been everywhere, all over YouTube. Has it had a benefit? Has there been a point in that conversation?
Yeah. It gave another lie man could add to his arsenal of lies. Gave hope to women who not even a mediocre man gonna marry your ass. You just unmarriable. Like nobody wants you. I see him call in all the time. These crazy notions.
I mean, like, I guess his show, yeah. His show was definitely very
and it brought some insight to men, like, you know, some perspectives that you might need to, that most people with common sense, and, you know, I probably need to work more if I don't make enough money, or position myself in a better, like, if you don't have a growth mindset, and Kevin can help you change your mindset as a man, then I think it's possible that may have been a thing, something for you to aspire for. But the definition of it is completely off kilter. Like, it has nothing to do with how much money you make.
Arshawn, Dave, and What the Funk, thank you guys for being in the chat. Shout out to both. Actually, Arshawn, you dropped that in at almost 2 a.m. Damn. Look at you. Shout out to you, bro. All right, we're gonna start off with a reaction, okay? To wake you guys up.
Well, I'm woke.
To get you guys in the mood.
I'm crunk.
Okay?
I'm
Crunk.
ready.
Well, you're Western today. Okay.
That's right.
That's right.
That's damn right, Clement.
All right. I just want to do a quick reaction video to a little something.
A little something. Okay.
A little bit. All right. Fair use. Fair use.
Those of us that were never asked out.
Who needs a scientist when you've got your dad? For real. I'm going to just tell you what my dad said, and he's not wrong. I brought this up a few weeks ago, and I was like, man, I ain't never been asked out on a date. I still don't have a boyfriend. He said it's because you have independent bitch energy. Not gonna lie, I was a little offended at first, but then he explained it as basically, you're a boss-ass bitch. He said, you have independent energy, like it's written on your forehead. You don't even have to say it for men to know, and men are not attracted to that. Men want women that will take care of them. They can literally sniff out if you are independent, so they steer clear. And you know what? I ain't even mad because I'm not trying to take care of a grown-ass toddler for the rest of my life. You can get that from your mama. You was not getting it from me.
I am requesting.
Thoughts?
Unmarriable. What I tell you. They out there. They are fucking out there.
What do you? Was there validity into some of the things that her dad said, though?
No.
No.
No. Oh damn, man! Look for no fucking woman to take care of. What you mean take care of them? Who? What do you mean? Please define that.
I'm asking you.
Do I want you, motherfucker, to reciprocate? Yes, ho. I want you to reciprocate. I'm taking care of you. You take care of me. What is so hard about this concept? If you expect me to do A, B, C, D, I expect you to do E, D, F, G. E, D, F. Dude, we gonna see you do the rest, bro. Come on, man. You expect me to do the shit? Then you do the same shit on your level. I'm being nice to you, be nice to me. I'm being respectful to you, be respectful to me. If I'm taking care of what you need me to take care of, take care of the difference. What's so hard about that? Why are you trying to force me into a fucking one-sided relationship? Why?
One side like what?
Who do you
like
think wants to marry that?
One side like what?
One-sided like, I want you to do all this shit here, and I just want to do whatever I feel like doing. I don't want no roles. Think about it. I don't want no submission. Ain't no such thing as no roles. I just want to show up. And when I'm tired of you, I just want to leave. You don't want to marry that? You don't want that? That's not what you want? I just want to show up. There's no roles. There's none of that, okay? There's none of that. We have no roles, first off. But I want you to do this, this, and this because you're supposed to do that as a man. But we have no roles. But you do, but I don't. You don't hear that? You don't never hear that talk? Because that's what they all sound like, the ones that I've heard talk like her. That's what they say. I submit. I'm not submitting to nothing.
So
you tell me.
Let me pull up another segment of that actual thing. Not from hers though.
Yeah, give me somebody else that's a little. Let me hear what she says.
Because I think there was some validity to some of this actual video.
Let me hear it. I'm reacting to what I heard. Wasn't nothing valid about that.
Which is fair. You react to what you heard. Fair use. Don't demonetize me. I don't even monetize yet, but don't shut me down.
us that were never asked out, never asked at any dances, never were shown any romantic interest.
I've wanted to make a response to this video for such a long time, but I couldn't find it, so I'm super glad I came across it today. First of all, the effect of not having received romantic validation during your formative years, like to the age of 18 or most likely older, cannot be understated. It's very real, and it will mess with you in a very deep, core way. But I actually wanted to talk about how that interacts with dating and entering the dating world as an adult. Dating in the modern age is very casual, but those of us who are late to the game can't treat it as casually as other people can, who have had all these experiences in like high school and college and stuff. I don't exactly know a great way to put this, but as an example, I know that if I were to receive flowers from someone or be held by them in a romantic way, there's like a 90% chance that I would just start breaking down crying. Ideally, the person you're dating should be able to take everything in stride, but at the end of the day, they're still a stranger, and that's a lot to put on someone that you don't know.
What was that supposed to? What that didn't do nothing. She said a whole bunch of shit about nothing. Like, what was she? She had one thing that was valid there. Not having a fucking father in your life makes a difference when you grow up. That's all I heard. Because that's
not having a father in your life.
Yes. You get cultivated as a woman by your father. You sure do. That's where you learn that affection and how to give back and forth between men. Women who have both parents in the home don't act the same way that women who didn't have daddy in the home. They're not as aggressive. They understand men a little bit better, depending on how that interaction was.
Depending on how the father raised them.
Yes.
Okay.
But when they're in the home and he was balanced out, it was good.
Danielle, you've said far too much, but I want to hear a little bit more of what you said. What do you think?
That first girl, I agree with her. I think that what her daddy said was true. I do think a man can tell if you're super independent and they won't want to deal with you. Because maybe she said take care of. That is what men want. You do want somebody to take care of you. Not only do you want somebody to take care of you, you want someone who needs you. And if she's independent, she won't need you, so you won't feel wanted. You won't feel loved. You won't be able to show her something because you don't know what it is she needs. Like the typical thing that men think women need is a monetary thing. We're independent women. Monetarily, we might not need you. We would need you for the intangible things, like what men need women for. And so for some men, that's not something that they are like readily able to do. So they will steer clear of a person like that. They want to give you money. They want to give you, manliness.
Do you think that's don't you think that's a little bit more like human nature though? Like,
what do you mean? What's
human
nature?
For men have always been providers and women nurturers, right? For centuries, that's how it's always been. So now that women can provide for themselves, even though they can provide for themselves, the roles still haven't changed. So even though women are providing for themselves, they want a man to come in and kind of try to fill that woman's role, is what they say.
I don't think that to care for your partner is a woman's role. If I'm sad, I expect my spouse to notice I'm sad and say something to listen and comfort me.
That's fair.
If I'm angry, I expect my partner to know me enough to be able to console me and calm me down. I expect my spouse to know me emotionally and know how to handle me. Whatever my love language is, I expect my partner to know that and give it. My love language is time and affection. I expect you to give me your time and affection. I had to learn how to need my husband. My mother told me that. She didn't say I have bitch energy because I had my husband already. But I was complaining to her about something. And she was like, that's because you're too independent. You don't need him. And I was like, I don't need him. She's like, right. And that's why you have the problem that you have. Men want to be needed. So you have to find a way to need him. And I was like, I don't know how to do that. So I learned how to need him. She couldn't tell me how to need him. I had to learn how to need him.
How? Like,
how did I learn how to need him?
Yeah.
Initially, it started off with stuff I didn't want to do. I'm not good with electronics. So I started calling her for stuff that had to do with electronics. I no longer have to carry anything heavy because you have the muscle. Here, come carry these things for me. Come do this for me. So after I found things that I didn't want to do, I don't know. Then he started calling to offer things to do because I guess I showed him I needed him. He was useful. So then he became more useful.
Okay. So that's very good. I'm glad you said that because that's going to lead us right into our first question of the panel. Okay. Drum roll, please. Please, ma'am. Men want you just for sex. Good parenting or bad advice? Men want you just for sex. Is that a good parenting thing to say? Or not?
You said, is that a good what?
Like if you was talking to your daughter, would that be a good thing to say or bad advice?
It's incomplete advice.
Ooh. Complete it. How? Well,
it's incomplete.
If you were completing it, how would you complete it?
That's not all men want.
But it's damn sure what we after.
All right. I like that. I like that. Here, I want you guys to hear this real quick. Fair use.
And to be honest, when I look back, I mean, like all the women in my family, they got pregnant very young. And so he was trying to prevent that from happening. So his way of doing it was control. Okay. So yeah. And then I had a nice body. That was another thing. I had a very nice body, and that just killed this man. I will never forget when I turned 8, he set me down and he was like, come here. No, come here. He set me down. And I kid you not. He's sitting right here. I'm sitting right here. He's on the couch. I'm on the couch. We're sitting down face to face. He said, men are only going to want you for sex. They're only going to want you for sex. They're not going to want you for anything but sex. Sex. Yeah, sex. They're only going to want you for sex. And I said, damn, really? So, I mean, 8. And I started to develop fairly young. I was an early bloomer when it came to my body. So that was another thing. So I'm like, okay, like, you know, when you're 8 years old, you really don't understand. But then when you start having experiences with men, now that you are developing, you're like, dang, maybe my dad is right. Maybe they only want me for sex. So I just avoided men earlier in my younger, I would say my adolescence, my early adult years, teenage years and everything. I just avoided them romantically at all. I was just more platonic. But yeah, that's what he said. He said, men are only going to want you for sex.
You want to complete the sentence? You're muted.
Do I want to complete the sentence?
Yeah, you said it was an incomplete sentence, right? Or incomplete information.
Mm-hmm.
So what would complete that information? I'm curious.
I think that you said sex, good parenting.
Just for sex. Men want you just for sex.
Oh, you talking about her? I thought you was talking about the one that you had.
Well, yeah, still the one I have, but it's
sex,
similar.
good parenting, and what else did you put up there?
Or is it bad advice?
No, you had 3 things in your sentence.
And then what?
Good parenting,
Just for
and-
sex. Is it good parenting or is it bad advice?
Oh, that was the part. Was that good parenting? Oh, okay. Yeah, no. I would say that they want a companion. They want someone who cares about them. Okay, so you know what?
Oh, there you go. Cogs are turning, man. That's what I wanted. All right. Got it.
So like, men and women are always like, you want somebody to replace your mom, you want somebody to replace your dad. I'm not your mom, I'm not your dad. But in all actuality, that's exactly what you're doing, though. Like, that's why men give away their daughter, because this man is taking his place. You're not her daddy, but you're supposed to take care of her and love for her and provide for her and protect her like her dad did, right?
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, you becoming her daddy, yo. You got to do what the dad did. So you can't not want to do that. That's what he is expecting of you. That is what is expected of you. And
how would you tell your daughter that?
And why would I tell my daughter that?
How?
Oh, just like that. Like, when you get with a man, you are replacing his mom. Like, he's an adult, so you not have to like titty feed him or nothing like that. But just like you're expecting him to pay bills, he's expecting you to be able to cook and clean. It may vary from partner to partner to what aspect that is expected. But if you expect him to pay all your bills, you expected to be able to keep a home. If you expected him to do the quote unquote manly things, then you have to be able to provide those womanly things. It's not that just men can do this or just women can do that. It's just what's traditional. It's just that's just what it is. You can't expect him to go to work, pay all the bills, come home, cook his food, clean the house, get his clothes ready, get his lunch ready. Because if that's the case, then what exactly are you doing?
Yeah, what's the point of you being there?
Exactly. Just like if a woman is having to do all that, then what are you there for? You know what I'm saying? So I think that people be confused when they say, I don't want to be your mama, or I'm not your mama, or I'm not your dad. That's exactly the role that you're replacing. And so to complete that sentence is just you there to provide whatever it is that man is needed in his life. Just like he is there providing whatever it is that you need in your life. Because when you meet him, you decide if you want to go forward with him, depending upon what it is that you need. And he is doing the same.
Nick shooting some shots at you, Danielle.
What did she say? Hold on, let me.
Women do that every day. Do what every day?
Right. And just because I do what every day? Because I don't even know how to respond.
What do they do every day?
Yeah, what do they do every day? Come on up, Nick. Come on.
Yeah, like you've been up here on the panel, just come on up.
But what do you think, John?
Of course, it's bad parenting advice, bro.
Cook. What?
Women work, cook, clean too. I
They
think
bad.
That's what they supposed to do.
They bad. I mean, I work, cook, and clean too, but my work, I don't work to pay bills in my home. I do help pick up the slack, but if I didn't go to work, our life would continue.
I mean,
I think that right there, honestly, Neek, all right, this is no shot at you, but I think a lot of women has this mentality, and I think it's very detrimental for women to have this mentality because it's so much of a man is supposed to work or clean or anything. Oh, well, I can do that too. It's like you're almost ready to take away anything a man could do to say you could do it yourself.
That's what's happening today, though.
But you want a man to pat you on the back at every turn or say, oh, like you're doing this stuff. I love you as a woman. I love that you're doing all this stuff. But the second a man says, here's what I'm doing, it's like, oh, but I could do that too.
Why? The problem I have with all of that talk, like, is okay. Well, what do you want? What do you expect? What's your answer? What's your answer? Right? Because if I get with you and you start redirecting my purpose in the house, I don't need you. I don't even want you. Because when we start looking at the way you limit to only thing that you can do that I can't do by myself, which I can do that by myself too, but I would much rather do it with a woman. When it just gets to that, prostitutes are cheaper than you, bro. That's a whole fact. I can downsize. I don't need a house no more. I can go to a 1-bedroom. Kids grown and I can go to a 1-bedroom. I don't need you. And then I can have my choice of younger women and everything. I don't mind paying to play. That's what condoms are for. When that's all I got left out of you, that's the only thing you can do for me. You're not willing to be no kind of affectionate toward me. You're gonna complain about everything that you do, but you ain't hear me complain about nothing that I do. I just do it because I know that's what I do, and that's all you good for is to complain, change the way that I'm no longer feeling needed in this house. I don't need to be with you. And I feel sorry for him. If a man is out there getting that kind of treatment, he should leave. Because that's crazy. You have no role. Like you have a role, but she don't have no role. She feel like she do too much, or she help too much, or whatever. Nah, bro, it's time to go. It's time to fight. Because there's women out there, bro. I promise you, it's a lot of women out there who don't want to work at all. And if you made enough money to sit them down, then there you go.
What I'm saying, Neek, is that
bro, I'm not
literally
the way
you just answered that right there is what I'm saying is the wrong thought process. You're almost like, do you expect a man to do X, Y, Z? Easily you could say, oh no, I'll take care of this, and he does this part. That's you two working together to try to make things work, try to build a house, try to build a foundation, as opposed to, oh well, I do that stuff myself too. That's already trying to come at it as a battle. And I think that's what happens far too much now. It's like we step to each other as like I got this. Oh well, I can do that for myself. Was that?
It's yours. They
your opponent. This ain't your wife. This your opposition,
exactly.
Bro. Like really? Nah. Like if you look at kids, you can learn a lot from kids if you just observe their behavior. Put a fucking kitchen set and a broom and shit around, right? And see who go to that shit. Girls go to that shit. Boys don't have shit to do with it. They don't go look at it. They don't fuck with it. They might hit it, knock it down, but they don't mess with it. You know why they don't mess with it? Because nigga, we inherently don't like doing that shit. Don't tell me my so-and-so husband cooking. That's his ass. Okay? But if you poll the audience, nigga, you're gonna have a very high other side. Now, I don't want to fucking do that. Look how niggas do laundry. Throw all that shit in there at one time.
Oh,
you don't separate. You can't separate that time is valuable.
That's some animals. That's some fucking animals, all right? I don't know about all that.
Well, I'm a damn animal because me and every nigga I know do that shit. If they
I've seen that. I cringe every time I see it.
Whites with whites. That's the only separation you're gonna get. That's
okay. Yeah. Well, there's usually 3 piles. There's the lights, and then there's the heavy darks, and then there's like the mediums. You know.
And there's the expensive shit that don't bleed no way. It's going in there with colors. Bam. That's where it go. And I don't want to do it. And I ain't folding nothing. I hang that shit up.
That's why I do dry cleaning, right? I did that long enough, and I was like, you know what, this shit is tiring. Just fucking pay someone.
I don't like doing it. And if I could find somebody, if I found a stranger that needed some money, I'd pay her ass to do it. That's how much I don't like doing it. Cooking all the time, every now and then, sure, I'll cook. Every day, you got me fucked up. I'm doing it now, and I hate every bit of it. Just got through. Can't stand it. I don't like it. It's not something I like doing. Can I do it? Yeah. Do I like to do it? Now I wonder what would happen to Lion Prize if the lion had said, you know what, you can hunt just like I can hunt. Why don't you go hunt? You know why the man don't? You know why the fucking male lion that don't hunt? Does anybody know that? Because the nigga ain't built to hunt. He ain't built good to hunt. He's not as fast as the female lion. He's way stronger, but his big ass head don't allow. He's not fast. He's not as fast. He has no endurance. That nigga hunt only when he's forced to hunt on his own. You understand? So what would happen if they adopted that same mentality? Oh, fuck this. We're not hunting no more. You fend for yourself. Fend for yourself. Well, guess what? He wouldn't starve to death, but he would find some more lionesses. He'd go take over a different pride and let y'all ass fend for y'all self. So when a male lion come through there and kill all them damn babies, then how you like that? See how this shit works? There's roles in this. We are better at doing certain things, and y'all are better at doing certain things. That's how that works, people. That's how it works. You can try to reinvent the wheel all you want to, but for hundreds of fucking years, that's the way it worked out. And that's just it. We're not equal. We're not on the same plane. I like my chances of stopping a fucking intruder versus any woman that I'm with. Do you understand? Because I'm built better to handle that situation. You follow where I'm going with this?
I get what you're saying. I'm picking up where
you have more patience where I don't have that patience.
Chris just joined the panel.
Hey, Chris.
Hi.
Let her do her shout out, Clement. Let her do her shout out.
She gets a shot. Well, after the video, she's all
right,
right. She gotta make up. She
gotta answer the next question. All by her long.
She's starting it up. She's starting it out. Fair use. So this is a little play off of what we were just talking about, essentially. Well, answering a little bit more. Very.
Cardone has, like, I think a 12-year-old daughter, right? He puts her in different environments while he's out doing his thing. So he'll kind of like be like, hey, meet different people. And of course, Grant Cardone is around a whole bunch of grown people. So his 12-year-old daughter is meeting grown women and grown men. And she says out of her mouth that it's healthy because I learned how to articulate with adult people. I'm not nervous around adults. And it's made me so much of a person where I understand people and not just little kids, not just my dad. I understand people. And she says in her own words, he strategically drops me in environments to see how I interact. So he watches me or whatever, but at the end of the day, she's able to learn and not be socially awkward. It's so many men and women that are so socially awkward because their parents were so afraid of, like, no, you can't be around this person. You don't talk to strangers. To be honest with you, the dumbest thing a parent can say to a child is don't talk to strangers.
Yep.
Chris, start us off, Chris.
I've never thought about it that way. I think I do agree. And because just saying it that way just promotes fear in your child. You should tell them, be cautious when you talk to strangers. If you talk to a stranger and they say this is what you do, giving them more clear blueprints. But to just say, don't talk to strangers, and you give them all these like scary reasons why they shouldn't talk to new people, that's not helping your child at all. And they have to kind of navigate through that. And even as an adult, I do see how that can affect them and make them a bit socially awkward. My mom was very overprotective, and I think that made me socially awkward. I never connected the two. Interesting.
Yep.
And yet here you are on a panel talking to the world.
Yep. And sweating, nervous, every time.
John, what were you going to say about it?
Love it. I know who Grant Cardone is. Met him. He made a lot of money in the car industry. Grant Cardone is one of the strongest closers to ever live. He can sell. He's a good salesperson, but what made him a good salesperson and closer was the fact that he talked to everybody. When I was a kid, I talked to everybody. I talked to all strangers. That's why I speak multiple languages, because I talk to everybody. When I left and went overseas, you had half the barracks wouldn't leave the barracks. Why? Because they felt awkward going out on the economy socializing. But I would go out on the economy socializing. And then once I was fluent in German, I went to different parts where you wasn't gonna see another American. Like it just wasn't gonna happen because these Germans here, they don't even like speaking English, and they come right up to you talking in German, and they expect you to be able to talk back. And I was able to talk back, so I was meeting different types of German women, different types of German men. And it got so bad, I joined the gym there and was working out with Germans and just talking to them, and it was just like they was calling me a blurman, a black German. Like that's what that's end up getting out the military and working over there for the damn Germans. So it was cool. It was one of the most exhilarating experiences I ever had, other than jumping out of airplanes. But social anxiety is real, and children now, parents. I seen a dumbass Dr. Phil episode where the mother was pretty much blaming the gaming industry because the game is too good. Talking about he won't get off the game. He doesn't do this. He won't. Uh, he talks to me any kind of way. Everything I heard was, "Bitch, you don't know how to parent, because you bought the damn game, big ass M for mature, right on the outside of it. He didn't buy it. You own the TV. He don't own it, and you own the gaming system. It's not his. You just pretty much bought it and just let him play it. What the hell? All of that." But I said that to say this: that shit leads to social anxiety. He stays in the room all the time. He's talking to people online, but
So
he's not talking to them in person. That's different.
let me throw this at you then, just because I wasn't really like a big social kid when I was growing up. I wasn't really that social at all. In fact, I enjoyed reading more than I did interacting with people. Then later on in life, I tried socializing, but it was still never something that I was good at. Until I read a book on how to socialize. Because you what?
I don't see how you can read a book. Like, will it help? Did it help you?
Oh yeah, big time, drastically. Um, how to win friends and influence people, Dale Carnegie. Because I got to understand how to actually communicate with people. Communicating with people is not exactly like for for someone like you who's just done it. It is an easy thing, but to learn to communicate with people when you're not so um, sure on how they're going to be taking your communication, it's very hard. It's very nerve wracking. Chris can attest to that.
Yeah, you just got to read. I mean, I did it since from a young kid. You know what I'm saying? Like I do them voices and shit, impersonation sometimes. You know what I'm saying? When I was younger, and my mom, she'd try to tell me now, I wasn't listening to that. I was talking anyway. So that's what I would do. So I grew up just not being shy. When I was taking speech in college, everybody was nervous, not me. I couldn't wait to do my speech. I'm like, shit, can I go first? You know what I mean? Like, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'll wing it. I didn't even write the speech. I just found something that I knew about and I talked about it. Like, period. Because I knew it that well enough to talk about it. So I didn't get hung up, and I added some, a little bit of comedic relief in there, maintain eye contact. Of course, I never looked down because I didn't write a speech. I had to go back and write a speech because it was 4th grade. And it was a written portion and a speaking portion. Well, I had to end up writing it, but she let me turn it in because I did well in the speech. But social anxiety is a real thing, and not letting kids socialize and you need to see how they interact with adults. You need to see how they talk. Just like when me and Chase in the store, I don't tell him not to talk to strangers. Hell, he the one who check out. I give him my debit card and we check out. We set budgets before we go. We talk about what we're gonna buy, and we go buy that, and we stay within the budget, and then I let him check out. He knows my pen. He knows which card to use and everything. So, that's just what I do. You know what I mean? And he's a social butterfly. He's not socially awkward. He'll talk, but he's not allowed to be on the game during the week at all. He only gets an hour on the weekends. he has to earn any other time he gets through studying. It's a direct, you know what I'm saying? So for how long he studies, that's how much longer he can gain besides that hour.
Danielle, did you have any? Did you ever have any kind of like socializing issues when you were growing up?
I doubt it.
No. I did when I got to college, like with the speeches, like he said. I'm a good conversationalist. I can talk to anyone, but I got stage fright. Like, I was in choir all throughout school. I was in dance groups all throughout school. But I didn't like when they tried to give me like solos. I don't like the spotlight on me. I like to be part of a group. I appreciated that he felt I was good enough. I didn't doubt myself. I just don't like, hey, I don't want to be in the front.
And that's kind of crazy because you got that personality where you could kill it on a speech. If you just let your, I don't like.
I got an A.
Where you could just kill it on the speech. I don't know. Like people who have a funny side and you got a funny side. Like you got comedic relief, then you can be a good public speaker.
Thank you. I still don't like speaking in public. This is about as public as I'm comfortable with. Because even though it's a big audience out there, I can't see them. They can see me. It could be 1,000 people or 1 people. I don't know. And then, like I said, it's a group of us. So it's not just me.
Yeah.
Just don't make eye contact with one person.
I can look directly at all of y'all. I'm
Yeah.
comfortable with y'all.
When I have to get up in front, because it's been time. I mean, I've did seminars and stuff like that, and I don't look at one person. I look at the crowd, like the heads, like the top of the heads. And I don't like speaking ground level. Now I don't like that. I like being like up on stage. I can look at the top of the head. Cause ground level, you gonna look in somebody's eyes, like it's gonna happen. You're gonna look right at them. And if you see one person who's not really feeling you, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna kill your confidence, bro. Yeah.
I think when I that's also what helped me too. I'll say this and then we'll go into the next question, but that's actually what helped me too was when I started, I got good enough at fighting that they started having me teach classes. And when I started teaching classes, that's really what, especially like 17-year-old kid, like being in a group in front of like 30 people. I mean, these are all grown people, coming from work, And it was always very annoying because it's like, I didn't really feel comfortable being up there. And then on top of that, I'm also a kid. I'm taller than some of them, but I'm also a kid. So it's like a lot of them I have to like gain their, especially the men, predominantly the men. It's like you'd have to almost like gain their respect. So I'd have them like hold pads and I'd kick the shit out of it and send them flying. And then they'd be like, oh, wait, he might actually know what he's talking about. Yeah, but for a lot of guys, you like, especially as a kid, you have to physically prove yourself. It's not about they'll just listen to you because you're the guy standing in front of the class. But that also helped. That also helped with like communication. But it's weird. I never really thought about how tough it is as a parent to have to teach your kids to properly socialize or properly learn to interact with people.
It's tough.
Never really thought of it.
It's tough to let go for some parents. You understand?
What's going on, Simon?
What's up, Simon? Let go of that control.
Yeah.
It's hard. A lot of parents can't do it.
Man, I've been trying to let go since they got here.
How's that working out?
Wonderfully. My 8-year-old is definitely taking charge of his little brothers.
Hey, there you go.
He sounds just like me. And if they don't want to listen, I just peek my head out like, hey, y'all should listen to him. He's saying it way nicer than I would.
All right, let's you know what? Let's go. What are your red flags
There it is.
How do you figure them out?
There it goes.
What are your red flags and how do you figure them out? Chris. Yes.
Yeah. Why me first?
Miss Social Butterfly herself.
Gonna lead by example of my social skills. My red flags. There's lost in relationships in particular, with people, like when in romantic relationships.
I would say in red flags in general. You know. How do you figure out your red flags?
Well, I figure them out by letting people talk. Because the more people think that you agree with them, the more they'll tell you. So it is. It's very sneaky.
Do it on the panel.
Yeah.
She do. She'll let you get you going. She'll be doing like this, setting your ass up, and then she's gonna disagree with you on the very next go.
Yeah. And then that's an easy way for me to see how people really feel about things. To see if they're well intentioned, if they're not. So that's how I figure it out. I guess some general red flags for me in dating is the typical stuff. Like if a man says that he can never see himself married, I typically don't date him. If men aren't open about dates, like going out on a date, they talk to you, they want to go out on a date with you. If they're just like, oh, let's just chill around, then no, I don't do that. That's a red flag. As far as friends and family, major red flags is this is such a hard loaded question. Now I see why you saved it for this week, Clement. My bad. I apologize. We give you a hard time last week.
The mad scientist of asking questions.
And then red flags for friends and family. I guess it's when they can't separate themselves from you. So when you go to them with a problem and they can't help you, like give you your time to speak and for them to just listen to you, they always have to pull it back to themselves. Nowadays, everyone uses the word narcissist, but that's an actual like diagnosis. I don't like to throw that around, but basically that like general term, when people, you can tell they're a bit more narcissistic, they can't just listen. They always have to pull it back onto them. That's typically a really major red flag for me because I don't speak very much. So if I speak to you and you don't listen to me ever, then that's really sad because it's a very small part of our relationship, you listening to me. So yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. Danielle.
I also let people talk. I'm not going to necessarily agree with you, but I might not disagree. I might just listen. I figure out my red flags by what I feel when you're speaking. You can have two people saying the same thing, but it might not feel the same to me. And so one person can say something and it may not be a red flag for me. But then the next person could say something and something inside of me got my spidey senses tingling. It's like, like that. I don't like that. I don't. So I don't.
Do you think that is it necessarily that person or is it necessarily how you were feeling in that moment? Honest question.
No, it's the person.
The person? Okay.
Yeah, because it's like when I'm listening to you, I'm listening to not just what you said, but how you said it. And so if how you said it rubbed me wrong, then I'm going to be on guard with you about whatever that is we're talking about. I'm going to be watching you closer.
Okay.
For friends, a red flag is someone who gossips. Because if you're willing to gossip about all your friends, then you gossiping about me. And I've had this happen, and I had to like distance myself from that person. I actually stopped talking to that person for a while, but she was a really good friend. So we became cordial again, but we don't talk like we used to because one, we don't have the same type of conversation. I don't want to sit and talk about people all day.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're having an issue, if you're having a certain something you want to talk about, that's okay because that's normal. But if you just want to run down their whole life judging them, I'm not okay with that because that means that you're doing the same thing to me, to them. And so that's not cool with me. In a relationship, a red flag would just be me not you doing something that made me feel unsafe. If you talking and you making me feel unsafe or that you are selfish or that you are one-sided, those are red flags to me. Yeah.
That's pretty good. I learned a lot from that. Simon, welcome to the panel, buddy.
Hey. You all right?
How you doing?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Pretty good. Yeah, you hear you just fine. Do you have a little more lighting? Is there a way to increase your lighting?
Yeah, sure. One sec. Does that help?
There you go. There he is. So what's going on, man? Talk to me.
What's the topic?
What are your red flags and how you figure them out?
I saw isn't this conversation getting old? So red flags in regards to what?
In regards to everything.
Hey, don't do that. She keeps playing with me, man. Red flags in regards to what relationships?
Actually, you know what? How about you answer this one?
Uh-huh.
Men want you just for sex. Good parenting or bad advice? If you're telling your daughter men want you just for sex.
Oh, I've got a daughter. I've got two daughters actually. Men want you for sex? That's crazy.
Just for sex, yeah.
No. I think it's different for men though. Like as men, like that's a tricky one. Because you know, as a father, I'm not having that. As a man, that's a different thing. It's just...
What does that even mean? You
Well,
gotta dissect that a little bit.
I don't know. Maybe the ladies can speak on this a bit more because it's a different thing. Like, as a father, that's one thing. Like if my daughters turn around to me and like go, "Oh yeah, I've got a boyfriend. Oh, I've got to introduce you to him," and blah blah blah. I'm like, well, wait a minute. I need to check this, brother. But as a man, in your man stance, women, that's a I don't know. It turns into a different world. It's almost like men look at women in a different way. In a different way.
So then, would you give that kind of advice to your daughter? Let me ask you that. Yeah, be careful of men. Be wary of men. They kind of just want one thing from you. They just want sex from you.
I think men, you know, it's a spectrum. I don't know if when we talk about men or women, it's always a spectrum. So it's always like this is this or this is that, and we try and paint it like into a black and white situation. So it's like you get these men over here that are like this, and you get these men over here that are like that, or you get these women that are over here that are like this, and you get these women over here that are like that. So when I talk to my daughter, what I do is I play her stuff, and I speak to her about stuff, and I try to inform her in the most intellectual way. I don't know if you can hear me. It's gone a bit deaf.
I'm going to play this for you and Chris, just because you both haven't seen it yet. And this is where this question essentially stems from. So fair use. Mute your mics, please.
He set me down, and I kid you not. He's sitting right here. I'm sitting right here. He's on the couch. I'm on the couch. We're sitting down face to face. He said, "Men are only going to want you for sex. They're only going to want you for sex. They're not going to want you for anything but sex. Sex. Yeah, sex. They're only going to want you for sex." And I said, damn, really? So, I mean, 8. And I started to develop fairly young. I was an early bloomer when it came to my body. So that was another thing. So I'm like, okay, like, you know, when you're 8 years old, you really don't understand. But then when you start having experiences with men, now that you are developing, you're like, dang, maybe my dad is right. Maybe they only want me for sex. So I just avoided men earlier in my younger, I would say my adolescence, my early adult years, teenage years and everything. I just avoided them romantically at all. I was just more platonic. But yeah, that's what he said. He said, men are only going to want you for sex. Yeah.
Chris, what do you think of that?
I think it makes sense. Of course, there's a different way he could have said it. Her dad, like, men value this highly, you know. So be careful who you deal with. Make sure you're not being. Make sure you're being thoughtful, I guess. Make sure you're valuing this better. But do I think it's like bad parenting advice? Not if you have guidance for your children. Like, I think it totally makes sense to say, like, men between this age and this age are going through this hormonally. This is what they want. You know, I do think there's a certain point in a man's life where that is something that he looks at highly, you know, and he doesn't really see much other value in women during that time, because it's more just like animalistic, right? These hormones are going crazy. I don't think it's the worst advice ever. I just think the issue is that we keep giving our kids this type of advice and we don't give them any guidance around it, you know? So what does this mean then? If you're saying that men want this, well, then how do I still interact with men in a positive way without mindlessly giving them this thing that you say they only want? It's going to make me feel less valuable. So it's not the worst advice in the world, but it's awful guidance. There's no guidance there.
They're just preventative. Simon, what do you think?
It really depends on what your situation is. Myself as a young person, I was in a completely different position. So you might come across a lot of men that think that way, but there are a minute amount of men that don't. And it's often spoken on that I think in this sort of like new YouTube world that I guess when you're about 35 to 40 or whatnot, but there are men that are actually younger that actually think in a different way. As I'm an example of that. To be clear, so it really depends on what you're trying to achieve, and that's why I try to say to people sometimes, try and work out what you want, really, because unless you, the thing is like people don't, or they waver. They go to this point where it's like, oh, I want this, but they waver, and because they're in a short-term perspective, or short-term mind state, should I say, they detract from it and they waver. But if you stick with your mind state, you will ultimately find your peer bond.
Okay. I think there's definitely a, like Danielle was saying, there's more to that conversation. I don't think it's definitely an incomplete conversation for sure. For him to have thrown it out like that, which is what did the damage it did for her, which is now she looked at all men as like, I gotta avoid them because they would just want me only for one thing, and they're not. She could want them for the same exact thing, but she only sees them as the perpetrator of that. So, let me throw this question out at you, just because we do have that thumbnail. The high value conversation, do we need to keep it going? The high value conversation, do we need to keep it going? John.
I don't really see. I mean, not really. You know what I mean? Because you got a lot of people who they just not gonna do. The women are not gonna do what it takes to get a man that they keep talking about. The women who have fixed mindsets, fixed mindset, no growth mindset. So a fixed mindset, if you're thinking like this, oh, I am who I am. I'm this age. I will never be anything different. This is my environment. This is all I know. You're never going to get that guy. I don't give a damn what you do. You can pop that cooch at him. You can blow him off. You can do all these things. He ain't getting no ring. You might get a $100 bill or something because you acting like a hooker, but he's not gonna marry you. That's a whole fact. I mean, he's just not. I mean, you got women. Kevin give you a blueprint. Everybody push back against the blueprint. You push back, so you're not gonna do it. He give guys a blueprint. They not doing it. He told them work more. Oh, I know family and my kids. Family is important to me. Well, so why don't you give them a good life? They so important. Because I mean, you can't afford this because you won't stay at work one extra day. You just won't do what it takes to be able to afford that. You that's really selfish. Now, if you can put shit in a box and word it in a way, because that's what good excuse makers do. I don't want to work extra because I value my time with my family and my kids. Well, go be a fly on the wall, and that motherfucker ain't did shit with them kids, ain't did nothing to his wife all day. Both days his lazy ass was off. Them kids, it was like he was. I work all the, because then when he get home, listen, I work hard for y'all. I need my time, and I just want to sit here and relax. Is that so much to ask? You lazy ass. So whenever it fits you, you're that guy. If it fits you to be at home and be lazy, then that's what you're gonna push off on them, that you work hard. But when it fits you that you don't need to work hard, then you use your family to make it fit your situation because you're an excuse maker. So you're not gonna change. So if you're not gonna change, then no. The people who got it have got. Oh, he's so cute. The people who got it have got it. The women who understand it are either married, headed toward marriage, have been proposed to, or booed up right now, or have already set the date. They got it. They get it. They got who they wanted. The men who got who they wanted, they, they have high value men. They have more, and or they have someone in mind that they're going to marry. So your fixed mindsets, you won't never be married, and if you do, you'll get divorced. That's a fact. And then the ones who think a woman is just going to come to them because they just got to come and show up, you're not going to get married. And if you do, you'll get a divorce. Because in both situations, you're going to marry the wrong person. Both situations, you're going to marry the wrong person. Because at some point, you're going to get desperate and you won't even be able to find a death buddy. You won't even be able to find a death buddy.
That's a long time, though.
Yeah,
that's
there's
a
plenty of
long time by
women,
itself.
45, 50, headed toward 50. In their prime, they was dimes. But right now, they aging quickly. That's it. And they unmarried. And they don't understand why don't nobody want them. But I look good. I got good sex, good head. Why I can't find a man? Because that's all you're valued at. That thinking is why you can't find a good man. Now you can find a nigga that's crazy and to put his hands on you, he'll value the hell out of you. Probably be the best thing that you ever had.
You said something that just changed the conversation a little bit. Value. I guess that's the importance of this conversation. Is knowing both of our values as men and women.
Yeah.
How the other actually see our value. So it's not so much the high value man is the conversation, but men and women's value as people is the conversation that.
And how you value yourself.
Yeah.
How you value yourself affects how you choose women. If you have low value, you choose low value women who don't have much to offer. They don't have much, they don't expect much. Now, and I don't mean financially, I mean they don't expect much from you. You are not going to be held accountable. The only thing that you're going to be held accountable for is just not cheating. That's it. That's all. They're not going to hold you accountable on your behavior. They're not going to hold you accountable on how you talk to them. They just don't hold you accountable. They don't really think about it. Don't put much thought into it. I never really thought about that. Never really thought about that. I never really thought about it. You get that a lot. Ask a straightforward question and she just can't answer it. Because I never really thought about that. Same thing with men. I never really thought about it either. Well, what are you thinking with your dick? What you thinking with?
Most men are, though.
Man, you grow out of that shit. Eventually, you'll stop thinking with your dick and start using your head.
Usually
on top of your shoulders.
I see. Okay, I think if you as a guy are putting yourself out there, then yes, you eventually grow out of it. But we're also talking about a generation of guys that most of them aren't really putting themselves out there. You get what I'm saying? If you're talking about, that's why the conversation is also important, because it kind of snaps men out. Like, yo, like your value is determined on how much you're actually producing. Like, what's your value? What have you actually done with your life? What have you produced to society? And if you haven't really done anything, then it's like, all right, well, you're not really worth shit, are you? But let's get someone else in. Danielle, what do you think? The high value conversation, do we need to keep it going?
I think so. It's new 18-year-olds, new 21-year-olds every day. And so that content is not for the same people to keep watching, but for new people to find it. People who may not have known this or may not have thought that way, to give them a new way to think. So I think it's important to keep the conversation going, because, like I said, new people will find it every day. Yeah.
Do you think it always needs to be the Kevin Samuels way of high value, or do you think it needs to now be tailored or watered down or switched up in a different way? The delivery.
I think his method of delivery will reach the audience it's supposed to reach. I don't think he needs to change anything. He got his audience. And so the way he speaks is for them. If somebody wanted to be a different way, then they need to tailor it toward what they would like to hear so they can reach that audience. I don't like him, so I don't watch him. That's not my he don't speak for my ears. I might watch snippets here and there, but all you gotta do is just not watch him.
You've never watched him at all?
Not for a long period of time. No. I can't take him for long periods.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Simon. Wait, hold on, Simon. Hold on. Rewind. So have you seen him like talk to different people?
I've seen him speak some, yeah.
And that was
I did watch him more at length on this other YouTube channel called Tasha K, right? She did an interview on him.
Yes.
I liked him much better on her platform because
his interviews are really good.
Yeah, I liked him better on her platform because then he was just answering questions. He wasn't so trying to get viewership. Yeah. And I understood him better watching Tasha K's show when they was talking about, this is the platform, this is what it's here for, this is what I'm doing. So if I met him in person, I probably would like him because he wouldn't be on that show doing that thing. He would be just his personable self because it's not like I disagree with what he say.
Mm-hmm.
Just his
the showmanship of it is where you just disagree with. Yeah, because his interviews are really good. Him on Joe Budden was really, really good. Where it's Vlad TV, he did. I think he went on Fresh and Fit. The Roommates podcast, he went to the Roommates as well. He's had amazing interviews.
Yeah, after seeing him on Tasha K, it made me be able to watch more of his content.
I guess
because I had to like just shift how I was listening. Not even how I view him. I view him the same. It's just how I was listening.
All right, Simon.
Well, that's interesting because that's I guess like from a viewer's perspective, like when you're talking about Kevin Samuels in particular, you get to see the different side of him when he's doing interviews, right? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
So does that make you understand his like argument overall, like, or is it a thing of
I don't need to understand his argument. His argument is not what I disagree with. It's like what the young lady said is his delivery.
What do you think his argument is?
Can't you just answer the question that he asked you? This is not your show.
Why do you have to always battle me?
Because you always coming with something different. Yo, just answer his question.
What's the question?
On the bottom of the screen. The high value conversation.
What I will say, Simon, is if you want to have like a one-on-one conversation with me where I'm just speaking to you and
I'll
answering
try to reach out to you, yeah.
then you just put me on your own show. We can be on your platform.
I'll hold you to the last thing down here. So what's the thing? The question? The high value conversation. Do we need to keep it going? Yeah. Reason being is because it helps. And some people don't understand it. But if you're in that position, or if you've been in that position, it's very relevant. I'd love to sort of hook up with a woman that just understood that stuff. But unfortunately, what happens is men build themselves up to a position where they're in that place where they can facilitate a woman, and the woman does not understand what that is, and it becomes a problem.
Do you think the high value conversation pertains to women as well?
Yeah, totally.
How so?
Because it's a thing where it's not a place for a woman to sort of, like, in this day and age, right? You get women trying to sort of act like in a masculine sort of way, and that's not to say they're pulling fists or trying to grab tools and act like a plumber. It's just they've been in a position where they've had to survive, where men have not been in that position before. Men have not been in a survival mode as such, where it comes to masculinity. It's been more so that's just what we do. It's not a battle, but it's become a battle. It's and it's an argument, and it's really something that we need to sort of counter, because it's like there's really no need for it. I don't want to even talk to someone like about it, because
where do you think men derive their value from?
That's a deep question, bro. Say that again.
Where do you think men derive their value from?
I don't know. I think men are different. Men are built differently. There's different types of men. Men are not like women. You can't say men are categorized in a box. They are different. Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's get the rest of the panel. Chris, where do men derive their value from?
Their father.
That's one. In general, it's in how they contribute to society. Like you said before, it's their job, how much they've achieved in that particular role. It's their parenting skills, basically through their accomplishments. Men gain value through their accomplishments. With accomplishments come confidence. In general.
Okay.
What happened?
Where do you think men derive their value from?
No, Simon sounded like he was mumbling. I couldn't really hear what he had said about what Chris said.
He was.
Hey, Chase, cut the heat on.
You say you disagree?
Yeah, I disagree.
Why's that? You know what? What do you think men derive their value from then?
I can't pinpoint it, but I can't say that they derive their value from their fathers.
Where you get it
You
from?
was disagreeing with John, not Chris.
Sorry?
Where you get your value from then?
I said, you was disagreeing with John and not Chris, because Chris agreed with John. John said father.
I wasn't disagreeing with anyone in particular. I'm just saying, like, I don't really think that the derivative from a
You're losing me, bro. You disagree, but you don't really disagree with anyone. So what are you disagreeing with?
Okay, right. Okay, I'll
John said father.
I'll direct
Chris agreed with John, and
Chris
then added on
Chris said
his achievements.
Chris said fathers.
Accomplishments, yeah.
No, John said fathers.
I said fathers.
Chris agreed with John, but she said men get it from their accomplishments.
All right, so John said fathers.
John said fathers.
Yep.
Go on and disagree with that man. Because you was willing to disagree with Chris about it. You kept on trying to put it on Chris.
Reason being, I didn't have a father, so I don't get that.
So you got different values than other men who have fathers, right or wrong?
I just don't get it.
Well, you
but
wouldn't.
You have your values are different than my values because I grew up with a father later on, though, or we might have similar values.
I think it's a stereotypical thing, and we bar ourselves based on stereotypes. and it doesn't necessarily work out like that. I know many people who are successful entrepreneurs who are very, they're doing their own thing. They're rich. They've got their own thing going.
But that don't make them have good value.
Wait, hold on. What was the first thing you just said about them? They are what? They are what? They are rich. You said they are rich. They had to do something to gain that. They had to accomplish something to gain that.
Yeah, so it wasn't based on their fathers or mothers or this or that.
So you know what? You know what? When I was growing up in elementary school, I learned this: if it don't apply, let it fly. Okay, so and so him saying that men gain value from their fathers, he didn't say that that's the only way. He just gave a way. So had you had your father in your life, you would have agreed, because seeing my sons with their dad, they see themselves in their dad because they are from their dad. Their dad helps instill confidence in them. Their dad helps them see what they could be. Since you didn't have your dad, you didn't get the chance at that.
I didn't say
so you just said your dad wasn't there. Did you not just say that?
I didn't say, I said my dad wasn't there. I didn't say.
And that's what I just said. I said, and so had your dad been there, you'd have understood what he said. Just because you didn't have your dad doesn't mean that what he said wasn't true. It just wasn't true for you. So since it didn't apply, you should let it fly.
I agree with that. And to also add, though, I think it still can apply, because even if you didn't have your father, a lot of people will say things like, I want to do this because my dad didn't. So even though your dad wasn't in your life necessarily, or maybe it wasn't in your life in a positive way, you're even taking his negative attributes to build your own personal values. So whether or not what you're gaining from your father is positive, you still gain something from him, right? So
that's true.
I agree. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. But at the same time, I do think a lot of us, whether we want to believe it or not, we get a lot of our values are based from our parents or the people that are the parents in our life, whether that be a guardian, a grandparent, doesn't matter.
Can I ask something? Is this something that we aspire to do, like as a new generation?
What's that?
What you spoke on, like in terms of like, when it comes to sort of like parenting.
What?
Yeah, you're not elaborating. It's still very like vague. Pinpoint it. Make it precise.
So, like in terms of like, I don't know how many people are parents on this panel, but two,
three, including you. Three,
including you.
Yeah.
Is it the men or the women?
John, me, and you. What's the question?
Yeah,
baby?
Put one in the shower. Yeah, kids. We've reproduced.
Now you said is what a goal? Is what we're doing?
That we're putting to our children, like as parents, like in terms of like moving forward. Is this the thing that we're sort of enforcing in them? What we spoke on, in terms of,
are we enforcing confidence in our children? I would hope so.
Now you can't let a child just go up and think he's gonna be whatever he want to be. That's what's wrong with a lot of the kids now. That free parenting shit don't work, bro. That you see these little lost fuckers out here as grown people waiting for somebody to be freely and think how they damn parents did, and it don't happen. A child needs structure, guidance, and boundaries. Period. Point blank. I don't care what no book say. I don't care what shit say. A child needs structure, guidance, and boundaries. A child comes into this world from what? A structure and boundary. Protected inside his mother. And when he is mature enough, he or she comes out from the mother, because now it can be exposed to the world. A child has to have a crib with it protected. Why? So it don't roll and fall out the damn bed and kill itself or break something. And when it's mature enough,
they ain't gonna break nothing if they roll out that bed. All my babies rolled out that bed.
The boundaries come down. The child is kept inside the house until it's mature enough to go outside and avoid certain dangerous things. So as they learn and as they mature, then those boundaries and that leash gets longer to involve a car, to then involve them making decisions on their own. But this whole free world, free spirited, do as you feel. That's why you got kids thinking they fucking dogs and monkeys and shit. That's why you got kids talking about they damn. I feel like I'm a monkey today. I feel like I'm a giraffe. I feel like I was born in the wrong body. Man, that's where you get that stupid shit from, because don't nobody want to tell them the truth.
Where do you get that from? I'm sorry,
bro,
like that's
that kind of parenting is where that shit comes from. That
you grew up on derivatives there, like monkey.
I did. I sure did. Watch YouTube more. Watch YouTube more, bro. There's kids out there. It was a damn child.
I ain't gonna watch more YouTube. No.
It was a child that 60 Minutes interview that thought it was a damn wolf.
How old are you?
We did.
Thought it was a whole.
I still don't know if that was a boy or a girl. I still don't know if that was.
Still don't know. Still don't know. You're right.
But he thought he was a fucking wolf or something. But what was it? Was it a wolf? I think it was a wolf, right?
Yes.
Don't look like. I mean,
I know it was
wow.
It wanted to be a wolf.
I love my mother crazy, but many of my values, not all, came from my dad. Watching him, learning and listening to his words behind his actions.
Because as a boy, you're gonna mimic the behavior of kids. Start to realize sex around 2-3 years old, right? They know it's a difference between them and mama, right? If your dad's not around, kids start to mimic some of the behaviors of the mother. Littman 2018 did a study, and 90% of the boys raised without mothers had feminine traits. They had feminine ways. Raised without fathers had feminine ways. That's normal. You've watched a woman your entire life. So how could you act any other way, right? Boys who had balance, children who had balance in the homes, they acted like their dad. The boys would follow the dad, period. They didn't pay no attention to the mom at all. They would wear the dad's shoes. They'd go get his hat. They treat the mom like they saw the dad treating them. This is the child is letting you know who they following. Albert Bandura made a perfect example of how children mimic during the Bobo doll experiment, what they watch. It doesn't have to be just on TV. It's also included as what you see in real life. Children mimic that behavior. They're gonna do it. And a child is gonna, boy is gonna typically follow the behavior of dad. And that's why it's so bad for a dad to put his hands on his mom, put his hands on the mother in front of the child, because that boy will end up growing doing that same thing. And you'll start to see that aggressive behavior toward, if he has sisters, you'll start seeing it toward them when he gets older.
Where do you see that?
Say what?
Where'd you see that?
Go to YouTube and Google the Bobo doll experience.
No, I'm talking to you. I'm not talking about YouTube and Google. I'm talking to you. Like, where do you see it?
Where do I see what? The mimicry?
What you're talking about?
All my boys. I've got 3 boys. They all act just like me. They all mimic my behavior. And 2 of them, only 1 of them, 2 of them were around me for a long period of time. And 1 of them came into my life later. And he's been around. So the only person he watches is me. He watches me a lot, to the point to where he's learned some closes. He hears me on the phone. He talks like he talks and he wants to start a podcast because he knows I'm on a podcast. He looks to me for guidance. He is a boy. Why would he look to his mother? He won't. He lived with his mother for a long time and was starting to be.
So let's take an example. I'll give you an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know people. So, like, if you were a person that chose to live, I don't know, are you living in a city or something, or are you living?
Yeah, I live in a city.
You live in a city. So, if you chose to sort of move to another part of the world and set up a farm, for example, and say like 198 acres or something, and you have your family there with you, you're isolated from the rest of the world, and this place does not have the internet, and you choose to sort of garner sort of sheep, lamb, pigs, chickens, and just live an isolated world and, you know, build a business off that, you would have a completely different perspective in terms of what you're talking about, and your children will.
I think that the scenario that you just spoke would heighten what he is talking about, because they wouldn't have anything else to grow from or to learn from. It would heighten exactly what he just said.
Say that again.
What the example that you just gave of an isolated family would heighten exactly what John is talking about, because they would have no one else to see or mimic. This would be their whole world. That would be all they saw. So that would be the only thing that they have anything to base anything off of. Exactly. The whole thing with society today is our kids have phones, our kids go to school, our kids have other influences, and those other influences also bring different aspects and views and mimicry into our child's lives. What you just said would just triple or quadruple down on what John just said. Exactly. You would have a whole lot of mini Johns walking around talking about titties being on your chest.
Yep. No. I mean, I think that's interesting what you said, actually, because what you said was poignant, because that's the view of most modern women, and the fact of the matter is,
I don't really think that my view is what most modern women think.
No, that's what you just said. You're a modern woman, right? Would you not say
I didn't call myself anything.
Wait, hold on. Can we
No, I would say you are, because you just said that. Because most modern women would think that way. Where I know a lot of women that are actually doing the thing that I've just spoken on. Not that I would do it. It's not a personal perspective. I'm just saying.
Most modern women ain't about to go live on no farm.
At all.
What way? What view did you get from? I missed.
I did not hear a view.
I don't see the connection.
I missed
between what she said.
I was listening. It slipped past me.
Yeah. What way? Can you elaborate on that part?
Yeah. So said it. I was just listening to Blooming Ebony. When you say what way, can you put a bit of context into that?
We wait.
So you gave a scenario, and then she gave her response to your scenario. She said it would heighten what John mentioned, and then you said that way of thinking is modern.
Yeah. So it's not going to heighten anything. It's like why I asked him originally is where are you from, and it was like said he was from a city, right? Am I getting that wrong, Doctor?
No, I'm from the city.
Right, so
I'm still trying to see where you're going with this.
Yeah, so it's just a city perspective. I've worked on a farm for a year, so I
bro, hold. I lived in the city, Alabama, bro. That ought to tell you enough. If you know anything about the United States, I'm from Alabama, bro. You ain't gonna tell me nothing.
I know about the United States,
right? And we have livestock here.
There's a difference between living in the city and living in like a suburban sort of situation.
Narrow down on your point. What did you mean? What did you mean when you said that's how a lot of modern women would think?
Right. You narrowed it down.
Yes. That's what I wanted to do.
Okay. So baseline. Yeah.
This is how come you be battling, because you be lost in your thoughts, and then you be trying to battle me.
No, I'm not battling anyone.
The way I think. You're trying to tell me the way I think is how modern women think. When the way I think is nowhere near what a modern woman thinks.
At all.
I'm not doing that.
If you ever have listened to me speak, I'm actually very traditional. In what I think and how I act and what I do and how my life goes.
No, look, you shout at me, I've shouted at you. I'm not doing that.
No, you called me out, so now I'm just addressing you.
Okay, come on.
I think you come out here just to talk to me.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Okay, I have another question. Can I ask another question, Clement?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. So we can forget the modern woman thing. I don't think you can get very far with that argument. So let's go back to the first argument. which was
that was representing a false vision of the truth about reality. You're right. That's what it sounds.
Oh my gosh!
Are you coming from Plato's allegory? Is that the perspective you're coming from?
I'm allowed ladies grace because I know how it goes, man. I just
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
So to go back to your first argument. So you said, why do you think it wouldn't heighten? Like, why do you think that a young man isn't more likely to mimic his father, or a young daughter isn't more likely to mimic their mother if they're isolated? Why did you disagree with that point?
Say that again.
You should hit cricket.
Why do you disagree with Danielle? Why do you think that being isolated won't heighten?
Say your point again. I'm doing this for a reason. Don't get me wrong. Go on, do it.
She said that if you isolate yourself, if a family is isolated, like you mentioned on a farm or something, she said that would heighten John's point of his sons will mimic him because they're sons, they're men, he's a man, right? And you said no. That's not correct. It wouldn't heighten it. So why?
Right. So in terms, right. The thing is right. There's a thing, right, where we as people come into an education in terms of being in a relationship or understanding what a relationship is. And that takes a certain amount of time. So what happens is we have all of these juxtapositions in between, and we don't understand it. And it takes a lot of understanding to understand that. In order to find our own partner, in order to find our own match. And even when we find our match, and when we think we find our match, we don't necessarily agree with that. And there's been a total huge argument over the last 100 years about us as Black people in terms of how we're going to go about sort of resettling an argument that's been spoken on for years and years and years and generations. And the fact of the matter is unless we get to a point where we can actually communicate on a basic level, a very basic level, where we're not pulling out our statures, our qualifications, and this, that, and the other, and just having a basic sort of discussion. We're not going to get to we're not going to get anywhere. And this conversation is going to go round and round in circles. So sometimes when I'm posed with a question, it might sound like gobbledygook.
Most of
my
the time.
response. Yeah, most of the time it sounds like gobbledygook.
That's why we all look very confused. I'm not gonna lie to you. We all look very
swear.
confused. I just looked at the screen and I realized all of us had the same face. Pondering.
Okay. So
yeah,
you
and
said
that's because it's like the only like.
No, listen. I want to understand your point. Yeah. I really do. I really want to understand the different perspective and what you're seeing that we aren't seeing. The difference is you're making it very hard to. Because
I don't know if I'm making it very hard to. But
like listen, listen. I don't want you to think I'm trying to criticize you.
No.
Because I'm really genuinely trying to understand. The point that if a family is isolated out in the farmlands by themselves, the little boys will very much take on a lot of those mannerisms of the father, vice versa with the little girls with their mother. But now you're saying that it would be an inverse reaction. Why is that?
It's exactly what you just said. So, like, if you get
Wait,
if you
I
get a
pull up.
family in the projects,
Wait, hold on, John.
exactly what
My
it says. If
son
you get
just
a
answered
family in
that
the
question.
project,
He was
Wait,
reading the
hold on.
bottom. He was
people
reading
that
the
you've
bottom,
lived
right?
with and are
Hold
in
on, John.
ahead.
Hold on, John.
history
All
has
right.
been based on that. What you just said there. It's the fact that
History has been based on the fact that little boys will mimic their fathers, little girls will mimic their mothers, correct? Is that what you're saying? Yes, but you said that that was not right, that the opposite would happen. So why do you think that the opposite would happen? That's what I'm trying to understand.
the opposite will happen based on the fact of what we've been fed, not necessarily men specifically, but the traction has happened based on what women have been fed and their total stature. And it's had an adverse reaction to the advance of the black race in particular.
Okay, I think. Oh, John, my bad. You were next.
No, I'm gonna let him go real quick, and then I'm gonna let him go finish doing his homework. Clement, pose that same question that we're talking about right now to a child, to a boy. Let's just see what he says.
So
he asked me a minute, he read that at the bottom and then just answered it, and that's why I started laughing.
Chase, where do men derive their value?
From anyway,
From where?
I work in education. I can't really deal with the child being in the.
Oh, he about to leave. What was the answer?
Where do men derive their value, Chase?
From their daddies.
From the daddies.
From
Is that the only place?
Mostly, yes.
Mostly. Interesting. Do you think there could be another place that men could derive value? Your thoughts. I want to know your thoughts.
A man in a boy's life, more like a dad, a father figure, would be better for them. If it was a girl, they wouldn't get their value from that. They would get their value from their dad, like me.
So then, I mean, that's cute. This is a cute little commercial you guys got going on here. All right, but we're on a show. I want some real answer, Chase. Okay, coming after you, boy.
I ain't saying nothing to it.
So, Chase, question for you: when you're a grown man, are you still going to be deriving value from your dad?
I would take what he's taught me and use it in my grown-up life.
Okay.
When I have
Go ahead, sir.
You speak.
So in your grown-up life, what other ways are you going to be trying to make yourself valuable?
I make myself valuable being a good husband, a good father, a good father figure, and a good, nice, decent person. Like my dad.
Like my dad.
Stop the cap.
All right. Thanks, Chase. You've been great.
All right.
Thanks, Chase.
Awesome. Timon, you back?
I'm here, yeah.
Did we scare you away?
No, I just don't. Like, I've got kids. I've got 3 kids, but I just don't do that thing.
None of your kids want to be like you, Simon?
He got a girl.
Oh.
Well, I think he got he said he got 2 girls, I think.
2 girls, yeah.
I've got 2 girls and a boy, but I don't put them on media and all that sort of stuff. Like,
so your little boy doesn't want to be like you?
What does that mean?
Okay, so what I mean is my sons run around this house. Every now and again, I ask them about what they want to be when they grow up.
Right.
Most of the time, they choose chef. And when they say it, they don't just say, I want to be a chef. They say much like what Chase just said. I want to be a chef, like my dad.
It depends.
My 5-year-old actually was just like about a year ago, and we had to change his mindset, and it made his dad go to the gym more. He was like, I want to be fat like my dad.
Oh.
I don't know. It depends who you are.
When they see their dad, they see themselves and what they could be. and they say, I want to be this, like my dad.
Yeah, but
like
not
my
on-
dad is most
not
of
on
the time
the
the end of their
I'm
sentence.
not about to put my children on the internet. That's just my personal preference.
That's fine. I just asked you, but have your son ever said, I want to be this, like you?
Your children are ultimately you.
I just asked about your kid.
Your children are ultimately you.
So is that a yes or a no? Your kid has said, I want to be like you?
That's like a non-question.
No, it's not, because you're saying that that's not what kids do.
I didn't say that.
Yes, your whole argument is that kids don't mimic their dad.
Why do you always say my whole argument? I didn't say that. Like
all this time you have been saying that boys don't mimic their dad, and if you isolated them, they won't mimic their dad. Your children aren't even isolated, and I'm asking, so does your son want to be like you? I think the only person to have a problem communicating on this panel is you, sir.
Well, you can say that if you want.
Everybody else agrees.
Well, that's fine, and I appreciate that.
Hold on, I want to get to Arshan's comment real quick. To add nuance to what Dr. John, it's probably boys with moms that they admire that they mimic. I didn't have a good relationship with my mother, so I didn't mimic her. I had to find other influences. Interesting.
And that's kind of why I was asking, do your son want to be like you?
You still on me?
Listen, it's a fair question just because Chase was just on here saying. Wait, hold on, Simon. Chase was on here saying, hey, Chase, what do you want to do? Blah, 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 just like my dad. Blah, 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 just like my dad. So most kids, I mean, even for a small period of time when I was younger, I did say that too.
Look, people.
So that's why it's a pretty good question.
Yeah, I understand that and I appreciate it and I get it. People grow up in different circumstances. If you've not grown up in a house that has 2 bathrooms, you don't understand what 2 bathrooms look like. Okay, you don't know what's going on.
What you're saying because you ain't grown up in a house.
You don't know what's going on. Like, you have your own viewpoint, and I appreciate that. Like, people grow up in different situations. There's people in India who've never experienced a bathroom who, there's not bathrooms in their house.
They know how to pee and wipe themselves.
I'm just saying, right? At the end of the day, that if you've not traveled the world, if you don't have an appreciation for what's gone on and, what people experience, you will have your own viewpoint. And
John has traveled the world.
I've been a lot of places.
I'm talking to you, like, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying too.
And even the little boys in Germany want to be like that.
I appreciate it because I love the feedback. I really do. I really love your I love your viewpoint. Exactly. I really do.
I can tell because you always trying to talk directly to
me. If anybody ever
talk directly to you, I'm talking to the whole panel, like, but you always seem to want to get at me for some strange reason. And I'm just saying, like,
they be laying into you too, boy. Like, you'll be at the edge like this, like. What are you gonna say now? And then as soon as it's an opening, what? Say it again. What?
Chris, you look like you got a question.
I think the disconnect is like fact. Like, I think what you're saying is that the reason why we believe that young men act like their fathers is because we've been taught to by society, through education, through external influences. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
He don't know.
Please say words.
He don't know what he's saying.
You speaking to me or
Simon? Yeah, you Simon.
You.
Say that again.
So you're saying the reason why kids.
Oh my God!
I'm enjoying this. This is good.
Can you hear me over the laughter? Okay. So you're saying the reason why kids want to be like their parents, more specifically boys like their dads, girls like their moms, is because we've been taught this in society through education, right?
Not specifically education.
He don't know what he's saying.
But yeah.
But so societal factors, external societal factors.
Look,
which includes
Do
education.
you not remember a point in time in your life where you sort of about like in your teenagers and you thought like I don't want to say like this specific thing about like I don't want to talk like my parents. So it's like I don't want to sound like my mum, or I don't want to sound like my dad. And they said that to us, like, and inherently they were like, I always want to do better than my parents did. So they wanted to provide for you what they didn't have. And that's where the sort of mind state comes from. And
your mind state. Your mind state comes from?
Not
Is
my
that how?
No, it's not my mind state at all. But
I
generally,
kind of see where he's going. Okay, so it's kind of the same. I'm not saying that this is what he's saying, but I get it now. And that makes me like disagree with it even more. But I know I've heard the argument before now that he's got it all the way out. So is this special group that I'm not going to say nothing about on Clinton's thing that has that same premise that the reason that you should not let boys, you should let colors be colors, you should let pink doesn't mean anything, blue doesn't mean anything. It's that same argument. You know what I'm talking about. You, Chris, you especially, you know what I'm talking about. So it's like, this isn't really how you feel. This is just what society wants you to feel. And you don't have to feel that way. You could be whatever or whatnot. But the truth of the matter of all of this is science is science. Facts don't give a damn about your feelings. And when anybody ever been on here with me, I go to the research. That Dr. Candidate is coming from developmental psychology, period. And I've read the research. I've seen the research. I understand children just like I understand other animals, because we're all animals at the end of the day. And even in other animals, the male lions mimic the dad.
I just want to say
what they do, because this is what I need to know what I'm going to do when I'm grown. So they watch them to see what they're going, even though they spend 90% of their time with their mother. They learn to hunt from their mother.
Or are you talking about generally?
I'm talking about lions.
Are you talking about me, or are you talking generally?
I'm talking about, what do you mean about you? I'm talking about
me, or are you talking generally?
Generally.
Are you a lion?
Are you talking about me, or
are you a lion?
I said 2 times. Are you talking about me, or are you talking generally? It's not like complicated.
I'm talking to you about your point.
No, not
I'm using lion.
I'll ask a specific question. Are you talking about me, or are you talking generally?
You don't even answer specific
questions.
Come
on, man.
Generally.
So generally about me, or are you speaking generally?
I'm talking generally. If I was talking to you, I would say generally. I done said generally 2 times. How many times did you say generally? Generally, you heard me? Generally, you heard me that time? Generally, did you hear me? Generally.
I heard you.
Okay, I said it 5 times. And I'm talking about lions. So therefore, I'm talking generally. Right? So even in that group,
I'm a lioness.
That they mimic dad's behavior. Like, period. I don't get it. I mean, behavior, how a kid goes and behaves tells you all you need to know if you watch them. Like, when you parenting a kid, do you watch them? Do you pay attention how they respond to their environment? Do you watch them, or do you just respond to what they respond to you about?
It's irrelevant.
Like, do they wait for them to come to you, or do you watch them or put them in situations where you can watch how they perform?
It's irrelevant.
It is relevant.
Hold on. We're gonna get Tim's.
All your kids not in the household with you.
Hold on.
Yeah.
One more thing. It's not irrelevant. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. It's not irrelevant. I think the issue is that there's a difference between things that we naturally do as human beings, as mammals, as animals, and things that are influenced based on society. And that is something that we do based on who we are as animals. It's a survival tactic.
We're not animals.
You are animals,
You are
brother.
an animal.
Basic biology.
Where'd you get that from?
Not the cap. Oh my God.
In science class,
All right,
they
we're
told us
not
that
He's
we're
trolling.
animals.
He's trolling now. He's trolling now.
I think he's joking. Yeah.
All right,
That's
Tims.
funny.
Tims, welcome to the panel, Tims. What's going on, man?
What's up,
Look,
man?
I ain't got nothing against nobody. Like, this ain't no personal shit.
But I
You know what
love
I'm saying?
Simon.
We're just having
I
a
swear to God.
conversation.
When Simon
We're just
wasn't
having
on
a
here last week,
conversation.
I missed
Can
him.
we not have a conversation?
I do not miss him when he's not here.
I do. I miss Simon. This shit get lit when Simon on here. I miss Simon
Hey
last
Simon,
week.
where you from? Hey Simon, where you from in the ends? Where you from?
Who are you talking to?
Oh,
The only Simon on the panel.
Hey Simon, where you from in the ends?
I don't know who I'm talking to.
Are you
You
talking
talk to
to
the
Tim?
guy next to you.
Blinking. It's him,
Who?
the one talking.
To the person next to you.
Yeah, so he's talking to Tim's, man. And good evening over to everyone over to the panel, innit? Good evening. to
Tims.
everyone over there.
Timmy.
Your connection is much better this time, man. I'm glad you
Of
came
course.
back, man. Good to have you.
Yes, man. It's hard to get hold of you, like, because it's different hours over here, innit? You get me? So it's hard to.
What
tune
time
in,
is
so
it over there?
It's free. It's free. It's 20 past. Like, yeah, it's 3:30 basically over here, innit?
Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Obviously, Happy New Year to all of you, innit? You get me? So
Yeah, Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year.
yeah,
What we
man,
talking? What we talking, bro?
Yeah, I was just like calculating your conversations, innit? No, I was just asking Simon, where are you from in the ends? Like, where are you from in England?
You want to speak to someone else, bro?
This is a panel. We came here to talk.
And I said, where are you from in the ends? Where are you from?
You want to speak to someone else?
Oh my God!
Why doesn't he want to speak to you, Simon?
If I ask CKQ, what state are you from? He's gonna tell me what state he's from. If I ask Miss Sister's Keeper, what state is she from? She's gonna answer me what state she's from. I'm asking you, where are you from in the ends? We're obviously from the same country, so I'm asking you, where are you from? Are you from South London? Are you from North London? Are you from East London? Are you from West London? Where are you from? I was just asking you.
I ain't being that specific, bro.
Fair enough.
I ain't on this panel asking you questions. So at the end of the day,
That's fine. I understand.
Why would I do that? Like, why would I do that to you? Like,
Because we're speaking.
Like, going blah blah blah. You get what I'm saying?
We're speaking.
I don't get what you're saying.
We're speaking to a group of decent people about a subject in it that we would like to delve into in it. So
I'm
not
speaking
here
to them. I wasn't speaking to you. You came up on the panel and you was like, "Oh wait, what ends you from? What's all that about?"
I apologize. Yeah, cool. Innit? I apologize about that. You get me? I apologize. I'm not even here to. You get me? I don't even want to get into all of this. I just asked you one simple question, but diving into the conversation.
Yeah, but that's crazy. Like, why would you do that?
That's not crazy. It's just you get me. I'm
Hold on, Simon. Hold on, Tims. Hold on, Tims.
Right,
Simon.
Right,
Simon.
You're
Simon.
me, right?
Simon. Do you hear me, Simon? Do you hear me, Simon?
You don't even know.
Do you hear me, Simon?
Are you all right?
I don't want to have to mute you. I don't want to have to mute you, and I don't want to have to remove you from the panel.
No.
So I need you to stop.
Piss me off, like, nah, fuck
Piss you off for asking you a question? You're on a panel full of people. People will ask you questions. That happens.
Raw, boy. I even apologize saying raw. I'm sorry for the way
I no need to apologize.
That's what I'm saying to you. See the mindset that I have today, like, you get me? If that was like 6-7 years ago, we wouldn't even be talking. We'd just be you get me? Man ain't got time to deal with that, man. We're grown men, man.
Come on,
why are you bugging out?
What are you talking about?
Oh, now you don't want to know what I'm talking about. Now you want to know what I'm talking about now.
No. You turn around.
I don't want to.
You turn around.
Hey, we're changing the subject, man.
Simon, you're taking away from the value of the show.
KQ, man, this is your.
I'm going to have to kick you off if you keep taking away from the value of the show, Simon. Simon, do you understand that I'm going to have to kick you off if you keep taking away from the value of the show?
I apologize, CKQ, man. This is your platform.
No, don't apologize.
No, I have to, man. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know where. I don't know how it turned into that. You get me?
No worries. I
knew what type of mindset that he had. Miss Sister's Keeper asked him a simple question: "What does your son want to? Does your children want to be like you?" He couldn't answer the question. It didn't make any sense. It's a simple yes or no. Dr. Candidate's son came and said, "My dad is. He shows me value. I want to just be like him when he grow up." You get me? So I didn't understand what he was coming. That's why I asked him, what area is he from where I'm from? Because what he's talking about is not correlating to where I'm from. So, and plus he's of an older generation. I'm sure he's like 40 plus or something like that. So I don't know. I don't understand why he's.
But hey, listen, that's a different conversation though.
What I think is you coming on here and being where he's from was going to deflate him, because he's always throwing in our face that he's from somewhere different than us, and we are from America and he is from there. But since you are from there also, and you still agreeing with us, it would just combat everything he's ever said. You know what I mean? Because he's always like, well, I'm from here.
Yeah, listen.
You don't see things like that. But then this man is coming
I don't want to make the conversation about him. Tims, what did you come on here to say, man?
Yeah, no, you was asking before, innit? Like, how do children? No, sorry, where as men? Sorry,
where do men? Yeah, where do men derive their value? And
that's do you what is there? There's not a right. Is there a right or wrong answer?
No. If you feel like there is, I don't know. There is no
right.
Right
Obviously, I like to say from the father figure, innit? But if you don't have a father figure in your life, I'll just have to say the culture, innit? Your culturally, most probably. That's what I would say anyway.
Okay.
You'll stray out and you will seek value from other men away from the house. But I promise you, and you'll get some stuff from your mom. You will. You have no choice. She's right there. There's some things you're gonna get from your mom. And I never said so. Listen, value itself, value just means the importance to you, like how you feel about certain things. You understand? So you're gonna get value from boys are gonna seek the dad for the value. I promise you that. They're gonna follow they're gonna follow dad. But what if dad's not around? All right. So if you got a strong mother and a good mother, then you're gonna grab what she's teaching you, but it's still you're gonna feel like it's something missing. When you start interacting with other boys, when you start interacting with boys, you're going to see what you kind of missed out on, what you missing. Because she can only give you what? Her perspective on life. She's going to be in her element. Yeah, she might be tough. She might be all of this. But at the end of the day, she is a woman. And that is why so many boys who grow up in single mother homes are in jail. Or they don't make it. They are most likely to be incarcerated. They are most likely to follow into a gang life. They are most likely to get into trouble outside the home, because when puberty kicks in, that boy is fixing to take that house over. He will try to run that house, tell her who she can date. And then when she try to be strong with him, he will get strong back. When she get in her masculinity, he's going to recognize that and get in his too. Now what? Why do you think so many women at 14, they want that boy to go live with their daddy? And when for those that's not an option, they end up in prison, man, or in a lot of trouble. But they don't actually go on the straight path. Only a few do. Only a few. It's not like it is. The numbers are nowhere near close to the balanced house where you have mom and dad, where dad can, when he's 14, he can help him transition to that 14-year-old boy body. Just like a girl needs helping transitioning through her womanhood. When she starts to get her period, her mom is vital at that point. Like she needs to talk to her about certain things that she's not going to feel comfortable talking to her dad. Boys are the same way. They want to talk to this, so they keep this shit in, and then they go talk to their best friend about it. That's how kids get bad advice. Oh, dog, man, you know I'm hitting shit, bro. Hell, just pull out. As long as you don't come in her, nigga, you can't make no baby. Man, he ain't never had none, bro. I swear, on God. And now this nigga got a baby because he listened to Ray, who flunked out of biology and never went to class and helped. Didn't know what the hell he was talking about and didn't have a dad there to help him through it. Something as minor as that. That's where this shit comes from.
You know what? Too many issues being conflated. What do you mean by that, Arshawn? What do you mean by too many issues being conflated? While he's also answering that, I want to drop the next question. Where do women derive their value? Where do women derive their value,
They're
Chris?
mad and they don't
Tim's.
go outside.
Tim's.
Yes, yes.
Tim's. Where do women derive their value?
To me, they're born into this world with value in it already. Already, as off the bat, they're born into this world with value already. Because women, they come before men, as in like if a matter of death situation, it's always the women first. They're more valuable than us because obviously they can give, obviously reproduce and other stuff like that. To me, anyway, that's what I believe. Their value is already off the bat set. As men,
But-
we have to make our value. We have to.
So what is that then?
Pardon?
So what is that?
Um,
What is that? You say they're born with their value. What is that?
what is their value?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that's what I said, man. It's hard. It's hard, but that's what I said. Just that I don't know I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer to this, innit? You get me? So
No,
I
there's
don't
no right or
say,
wrong.
is this?
It's a talk. It's a conversation. I'm curious on what you think.
What is their value, boy? Oof. I can't answer that. I can't really answer that one right now, innit? I have to give that one a little think.
Okay, Chris, what do you think? Where do women derive their value?
Basis, it's from themselves, but the way that they're able to see it is through their outcomes. So men derive value through their accomplishments. They're successful now and they're going to see the benefits long term. You know, they're going to see, okay, if I do this now, I'm going to be able to get this later, this later, this later. I'll buy that car, I'll buy the house, I'll get the woman. Women is now. They're very present minded. So it's okay, what does my world look like now? And where am I at to be able to get my particular outcome? So it's like, well, I live in this house right now. I have this man right now. And that's how they kind of balance out, you know, how valuable they think they are. Not they think they are, but in like a general sense.
How they derive their value. Which is why I guess they would look for. They aim for status.
When I say the outcomes, the results, the outcomes. That's the
based on exactly. And that's why it's like hard because they say we're born with value, but women can move up and down the social hierarchy, but it takes work. But in order for them to know if they're being successful, they have to get that immediate gratification, which we talk about a lot. So not exactly immediate, but present.
Let me ask you this, CKQ. Like, when the women, if women are alone, like there's certain women that are alone right now, and they don't have any. Obviously, they might have the insurance policy. They might have some money behind them or anything, but obviously, like we know, money is just paper. It's not really. You can't take that anywhere with you. But I'm saying to you that apart from their money, like what other values do they have? They don't have any partner. They don't have the other person with them. Like, how can I explain it?
Okay. So what's the question?
I'm saying that's what I'm saying. The women that are alone, it's the outcomes of everything. What the women that are alone, what is their value? Like what they don't want to reproduce, they don't want to carry on legacy, they don't want to like give back to the world. Like what is their value?
Well, I mean,
not much.
I don't think no one necessarily grows up saying like, I want to give back to the world. In fact, a lot like men, we gain our value from what we accomplish, what we can build, and how the world views us. So if I built a business, if I scaled up a business, I didn't necessarily do it for the world. I did it because I get a shitload of money from it, and I don't have to keep working for other people, which brings me value, but it wasn't done for the world. It brings value to the world, but it wasn't done for the world. So women move the same way in men, as in we're going to move in the way that we think is going to increase our value. I think nowadays they tell women that do the same thing. Well, not even that they tell women, because women have to sustain their own life now. So they have to do the same thing men are doing to gain value. Where it goes wrong is when women are told solely chase this thing and forget about the opposite sex. Put this thing above the opposite sex, above your happiness, really, above what you truly. Yeah, I'm going to say that. Above what you truly want, which is a family. And I think most women want families.
So I think we're talking about different types of values too, and I think that's where the conversation kind of went sideways. When I talk about
that's what he was saying right there. Dr. John blended personal value, who mimic going to school, and you being different because of female influence, joining gangs, pookies. It was too many leaves, little connection.
That's what he was talking about.
Yeah, value to learn from our own experience, both from men and women, but primary influences will differ.
So if we're talking about like value, personal value, core values, that's gonna come from, that's gonna come from what he was talking about. That's gonna be a lot of different. When you talk about your core values, that's gonna be family, key adults, mom and dad. But when you're talking about specifically like values, when you're talking about like how you value, like how you see, like how you should move and things like that, boys are going to mimic their dads and girls are going to mimic their moms. But when you're talking about like value, like what I've heard this last little, like your self-worth.
Yes.
Your self-worth is going to be influenced. Your self-worth is going to be influenced by your parents also. How you see you, your experiences with them. Parents are a huge indicator of how successful a child is going to be. And there's nowhere around that. Because the first big impression on you is your parents. The first big impression are your parents. And if it's just one parent, that's your biggest expression. If it's two parents, impression, that if it's two parents, it's going to be split, but the boy is going to pay more attention to his father. He just is, right? Now, when you go to talking about, have you ever seen a house where, now I'm not even going to get, because we'll get back into that. We'll get back into, being all over the place a little bit, because we were all over the place a little bit.
A little bit.
But when you go to talking about like how you see yourself, think about it. Where do you get that drive? Because at the end of the day, your success, everyone is moving towards self-action. You're supposed to be, but not everyone responds that way. You got plenty of men who they value sitting on their couch. Why? They have no aspirations of shit. Why? Why do you have a guy that's 48 talking about a mixtape? He gonna make it one day. Why? Why did that happen? What went wrong? Why do you have a guy who's 22 and doesn't want to do anything but still play video games? But then you got some guys who at 22, they're on their second business. You got some guys that's 28 already millionaires. Why? What influenced them? Because see, to do these things, to go after, to be a go-getter, you got to have confidence. Who can destroy your confidence more than your parents? Who?
No one. Well, yourself, really.
Yeah, yourself.
Who can really destroy that more than them? Parents can hold you back in so many different ways, being overprotective, not letting you experience anything. So you don't really know how to socialize. So you are always the squeaky wheel, but nobody really hears your squeaks. Because you won't speak up. You know what I'm saying? Like you just don't know how to move. You don't know how to capture. Like you never learned how to capture like that moment. You just never knew how to go and get that. Or what if you're a woman and you just don't see value in yourself? You deal with men who are no good. You think men that are good are too good for you. Where did that come from? Where did you learn that? See, everything I'm talking about now is a learned behavior, and it can be unlearned. Where did you get that mindset, that fixed mindset, that where I am is where I am, and this is all I'm ever going to be? Somebody you valued somebody in your life, and you learned that from them. You saw them do it. You were watching them, and you did the exact same thing.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Tim?
I just want to like reach out and give the blooming Ebony a massage. Like the fact, yeah, this is crazy.
Shit, he on you now. Me.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's having these like tough.
Give me a second, Simon. Tim's, are you still there?
Oh shit.
Okay. All right, you go ahead. Keep talking.
Like I get it. Like in terms of you know, the perspective. Like we're not the same. I might be from the same country, different perspective. And granted, I don't know what state you live in. I don't know what state the young lady live in.
He's actually not here right now.
Yeah.
That's not him.
All right. But I'm just saying, like, everyone has a different perspective. It'd be great if we could just have the conversation. And that's my point, if anything. I don't really like arguing with people.
Tim's, is that you this time?
I'd love to sort of conversate with him, but you know, I don't. That's just so.
There we go.
Your platform, dude. Let me know what you need to do.
Oh, well, yeah. Listen, I'm okay with everyone having a conversation. Just don't get disrespectful with each other, because really, we're all having a conversation. Obviously, it gets a little heated, but I don't want it to ever get disrespectful, because that's not what we're here for. I love having you on here. You have different perspectives. Everyone, all of us, including Danielle, likes having you on here. So, yeah, I'd love to have you keep coming back, but I don't want anything to ever get disrespectful to anyone. And if we all keep it that way, then I'm okay with that. It's cool. Always keep coming up, man.
Do you think it might be useful to like clear the air with like our sort of viewpoints? Because I know my sister's keeper obviously has.
It won't be clearing the air. You have different viewpoints. It'd be discussing your viewpoints.
Yeah. Okay.
Agree to disagree. Respect.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you don't see a different viewpoint, then it's okay, cool, that's it. I mean, I don't hate you, you don't hate me. We just don't see eye to eye in this particular topic.
I think we'd always have like different viewpoints, but I think there's.
Cool, that's it. I mean, I don't hate you. We just don't see eye to eye in this particular topic.
I think we'd always have like.
Tat, could you do me a favor and close the YouTube in the background? There we go. What's going on, man?
Nothing. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. Fan-flipping-tastic, bro.
My man Simon, I'm glad he came back.
He was going to come back. Come on.
Why is everyone mentioning me, man?
He loves the panel too much.
I like Simon, man. Yeah. No, but I enjoy the program. You guys are talking about some different things and provoking thought in different ways. You know, I think collectively it's like it's diversity on the panel, right? It's diversity in terms of gender, culture, logistics, demographics, all of that. You know, it's like even when we talk about being black or black people, even though everybody might appear to be black, it's not the same thing. All black people ain't talking about all the black people, you know? And when you drill down, even though some people say, well, you black if you this, and this applies to you, that's not what that person think, you know? I mean, even I know in the United States, you hear a lot of talk when people PC, politically correct. They say, you know, people of color, we all together, we all as one, and we should be moving fluid and all that. And what I tell people is, first in America, I'm not talking about nowhere else because I don't know about nowhere else, but in the United States, first you're as black, then there's something called people of color. Two different, total different experiences. Okay. So I get it. I mean, and I like the fact that people think differently and we just respond differently, you know. So I enjoy your program. I just want to say that.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
But now, for a real question, I'm gonna throw at you.
Oh, come on with it.
No. Let's go. Where do men derive their value, bro?
All right. So I was throwing stuff in the text, but I'm gonna speak about it more broadly from the way I see it. Okay. Now you're asking me about men, but my answer also applies to women. Okay. I'm just letting you know that. Okay. So to me, values come as a result of some experience or influence. For the most part, it's learned behavior. It's something learned. And it's and we're tying it into what we might be giving attention to or what we see as something to look up to or influence, something like that. It could come as a result of something bad. So take, for example, me and my brother being 1 year apart, we watched my father physically abuse our mother before the divorce. Okay. Now, 1 year apart is not a lot of time frame. And we're brothers, same father, same mother. When we got older as like young adults, 18, 20, you know, going into adulthood, I saw him smack his girlfriend. And I used to be like, how do you do that? You know? And he would tell me why he did it. But in my mind, I was saying, how could you smack a girl after we watched our father beat our mother? But see, at 18 or 20, I'm not sophisticated enough to understand that you could take two people close as 1 year apart, because that's close, and put them in front of a very same experience, and the response be different. See, I didn't understand that then. I wasn't as sophisticated. I'm thinking because we watched our father beat our mother, that the natural response was we wouldn't grow up beating on women. Now, all these studies show and statistics show, and there's 3 commercials out about if you saw your father beat your mother, you're more likely to have a propensity to beat who you with. That might be true, but that might be Bell's curve. When I speak about Bell's curve, I'm talking about 68% of that standard, that deviation, normal distribution. So that might have some influence on when we talk about generalities, majority of people or something like that. But when you drill down to individuals, not necessarily so, because you can't find a female when I grew up that said I smacked her. Okay. And the reason for that is because of that experience, which was negative, of my father physically abusing our mom before the divorce came. That was my response to it. That wasn't my brother's response to it, though. And he did the backhand thing to some of his girlfriends, which that was him. And again, not being sophisticated enough to address that. So for me to end this and say, my values, or how I see the values of mankind, both women and men, they come from a lot of learned behaviors, but they're different primary sources of that. And that's why I said in the text, it was my dad, because I understood that my dad was the one answering the door when a stranger knocked. And my dad was the one laying down the rules. So as the son, I'm paying attention to my dad, but that was still learned. Now, some may argue that some values are innate. They come with you, right? So if you think about people like Thomas Hobbes and John Locke, these people like that, they used to say, what is it? Tabula rasa or something, a blank slate. You come in here with a blank slate, and then your environment writes on that blank slate learned behavior, right? But then others argue that no, part of it is innate. It's in you already, and then along with the influences and the learned behavior, this is how it's developed, right? So my answer is for both of them. And then one more thing before I finish, then we develop our own. Like, I didn't learn from my father my values about the legal system. I didn't learn that from my father because I'd never seen him really deal with the legal system. Okay. So those values came from my interactions directly with the police, directly with the courts, directly with the public defender, being too poor to afford a lawyer. So, it's different things like that when we start developing our own. But that's just the long answer to that.
Okay. I don't think we really touched on everyone else's thought process on where women derive their value. Danielle, where do women derive their value?
So all my values, my core values, my esteem and self-worth, the way I see the world and the way I think came from my mother, came from my grandmother. Even the way I am.
The sense of self-worth as well?
Yes, all of it. My mother always spoke life into me. She always let me know that I could be whatever I wanted to be. My mother and grandmother always made sure to tell me I'm beautiful, that I'm smart. They gave me all the compliments to build up my self-worth. They taught me about God. They taught me how to be polite. They taught me how to be respectful. They taught me how to cook, to clean, to bathe myself, to love myself. All of my being came from my mother and my grandmother. Now, my own personal values that I've gained since leaving my mom and my grandmother still derive from them, because since they are my core, when I view things, I'm viewing it from what I was taught. My experience may change some things. I might not completely always agree with my mother, but deep down at the core of me, I am my mother.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I think she put that. She was really well put. The way she explained that, because there was some crucial pieces that she added in there, especially about how things change. You know what I'm saying? Because like, you will stray. You understand what I'm saying? But you'll circle the wagons, and a lot of times before you do something, you will check it off from something you learn from your key adults. And what she's really talking about is that those are key adults in her life. Those are key adult. There's a key figure. You know what I mean? So even when I talk about the dads, yeah, my son, he is getting his values from me. That's a whole fact. But he's shaping it how he wants to shape it. You understand what I'm saying? So like, he knows that I'm finishing up this PhD. He knows that, but he wants to be a mechanical engineer. He that's how his mind works. He fixes things. He wonders how it works, how it moves, how fast it moves. Like he come to me each night with this roller coaster thing on this app and how fast he's got it. And we talk about the formulas that it's going to take to know what forces, how the force is going to respond, and then how you gotta. We made one today. It was like you can't make that in real life. You need to take physics because you're gonna kill somebody if you don't watch it.
He on roadblocks,
huh?
You on roadblocks?
Nah, what's the name of that thing you using?
Ultimate Coaster 2.
Ultimate Coaster 2, and he do is design them. But I know that it was he's shaping. He's not following like right, but like he's not trying to do everything that I do. There's things that I do that he don't necessarily really agree with, so he pushes that to the side. Because the one thing about Bandura and mimicry, first you have to admire the model. The behavior has to be repeatable, right? Those are two key concepts. If the behavior is not repeatable, then you're not going to do it. Like if you can't do it, then you tend not to model that. You understand?
Would that be detrimental to the kid's psyche if they see that but can't? Let's just say if my dad is Jordan, I see him, I admire him, but I can't hop from the free throw line and dunk.
I think it could. Be a
and
detriment.
deep down inside, he might be dealing with it because it's so strange how Michael Jordan's son played basketball just like he did. If boys don't mimic their dads, I'm just saying. Just thought I'd throw that out there. But he was nowhere remotely close to his dad's performance. Not even like you don't even know if you didn't keep up with basketball, you would never know his son played basketball. That's how far apart. Yeah, he played basketball. He actually went pro, but a lot of that was from his dad's legacy. You know what I'm saying?
Like,
a lot of it from
like
his dad's
boxing.
legacy.
And Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. He followed after his dad, Julio Cesar Chavez Sr., who was a beast, monster, and then Junior was like
garbage.
Yeah, he was trash. He was trash. I think sometimes that is detrimental, though.
Yeah, I think it could mess with your esteem if you can't what you built yourself up to supposed to be in your mind. And again, my mother even freed me from that because she let me know, hey, I am me and you are you. And what you like about me, you take. And what you don't like about me, you leave. So I'm even grateful in that aspect. She gave me permission as a little kid to be myself. Yo, every time we get on this panel, I just realize more and more how much of the bomb my mom is, yo.
There you go. You're supposed to.
Shout out to the moms.
Shout out to the mothers.
Shout out to you, mom, if you're watching this, wherever you are.
That's right.
Tim's.
Timmy.
Yo, man.
What we talking, man? Where do women derive their value?
Yeah, man. Well, it be on the end always from their mothers, isn't it? And it could from their mothers or their i.e. their grandparents as well, or grandmother, or to be honest, any instrumental female. Like some women can say they gain their values from it. Depends as well, like because some women, like, that's what I'm saying. You're a Muslim, so like Muslim women might think differently from a I don't know, a Christian woman, isn't it?
Interesting.
Like a Buddhist woman, a Jewish woman. Like what's their values at the end? Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't really understand where that could correlate.
I would think a Christian or a Jew would have the same values as me because the same God made those religions. If at the core of those religions, if you actually study the core values of those religions, we all have the same. We are worshiping God. We believe in God. We pray to God.
Okay, no, I was just asking. I wasn't too sure in it. That's why I was just curious.
Yeah.
Because obviously your values might not be the same as a normal woman's value. Someone that doesn't really have
A
any
modern
religion or
woman.
doesn't believe in. If you want to,
Modern women, yes.
No, it doesn't have to be modern woman. It can just be any type of woman, innit? She doesn't have to be modern.
You're said where are you? South London?
Yeah, South London, man.
Okay.
South.
Do you think the same values are instilled in the men over there as they are in the men here in the States?
No, because over there, it's so big over there. Like over here, it's just like it's so small. Everyone's in like a bucket. You get me? That over there, there's so much. How can I put it? Opportunities that you get me.
So what values are you guys taught over there, instilled over there, that you think we're not instilled over here?
Being so family orientated, isn't it? Over there, it's just you have to go through college, get your degrees or whatever, and then you get me, get a family or whatnot. Over here, it's just get your education, and that's it really. There's no other really that's what I'm saying. There's no other really values. If you don't have education, you're nothing. That's what they teach us. That's what they taught us. That's what they taught us in obviously over here, secondary school, innit?
Right.
I went to secondary school about 10 years ago, so a decade ago. So they didn't teach us about families, and that's what I'm saying to you. Over that they'll tell us basically they'll tell us what a pound is, but they wouldn't teach us how to make a pound.
Okay.
It's hard to explain, man. That's what I'm saying to you, that because you lot are American, man. I'm not sure if
listen. What other time? I mean, I'd love to call you on the cell phone at some point, but that's not going to happen. So, what other time are we ever going to have a conversation like this? That's why I'm asking you. I wanna know like what life is like over the pond. You know what I'm saying? So, enlighten me. I'm curious on because here, listen, in school, I'm not gonna lie to you. I wasn't a good school guy. Like I spent most of my time trying to skip my classes. I spent most of my days in art class, and then the second I was done, I ran to the gym. That's about it. So values, I didn't really think I gained anything from school besides how to get the hell out of there.
My man.
That's it. Really, facts. Like,
no,
I hated school.
my last grade completed was the 7th grade. I was done.
Wow.
I think I did 2.5 months. I did a month and a half in the 8th grade, and I never went back after that Thanksgiving break. So believe me, I felt you early on.
Damn. And you're more successful now that I'm assuming the people that actually completed the whole thing.
Ain't no doubt about it, man. I laugh at people when they tell me about their degrees, how much they still owe, and they can't even cash in at that level. It's funny to me. I mean, I don't laugh like that to be facetious. I'm just saying ideally, because this whole idea of you got to go to college to get this, I never bought into it, because I believe that you can take 85% of the jobs being done today. And when I say 85%, I want to leave that other 15% for the professionals. And I ain't talking about no damn police officers, because they getting 6 months of training to some bullshit. I'm talking about the medical doctors, the lawyers, those specialized areas. But for the most part, 85% of what's being done, you can take a mature or a stable young adult and give them the training, and you can match them up next to the person with a college degree, and 18 months or 3 years later, you go in there and try to figure out who got the college degree and who don't, and you won't be able to do it, because I do the work with people like that. I sit at the tables with people with master's degree and minors in this, and they think I'm joking when they ask me what school I went to, and I don't even know what they're talking about, right? I'm joking. But I'm joking at $165 an hour. See, I'm joking at $170,000 a year. See, I'm joking at that.
Right.
You know, that's why I tell my daughter, you ain't got to go to school. If you're going to get into technology, I can help you. But, other than that, go to school, because college is good. It's good for a lot of people. It just wasn't good for me. So you might not want to try this at home because you might not, you're not the type put that work in, right? So nah, man, nah. Mm-mm. That's half of it is to stimulate the economy. So that means half of your grant and half of that scholarship you get is paying for a music class don't nobody want to even attend. I don't sell it.
It's a fact.
I don't sell it. Let me say this. I don't mean to jump off, and I don't want to get booted off. Don't mute me.
No. Listen. Keep
You
going.
don't know how many conversations. And when I say at Starbucks, because you can find a lot of people at these Starbucks in America, especially Chicago, with these college degrees, and they belong to these organizations and all they do. And we get into it because at first they think I've been to school. See, I know what it is. Why? Because I'm not supposed to know some of the things that I do. And it sounds like I might have took a class, right? And then they say, "Oh, I said, nah." They say, how did you learn that? Because I focused on the core competencies. And then you use branch logic. So if you use branch logic, focusing on the core things, people not hiring you for the 10,000 or 1,000 things you can learn in any of these fields. People are hiring you for the core competency of that field. So if you can get into one, and I'm going to say this for the disclaimer, not everyone, but if you can identify with one and that's what you want to get into, especially technology. Yeah, especially technology. Ain't no way you sitting up in college for no 4 years to learn how to program, code, do databases, .NET framework, any of that for technology. Ain't no way somebody's supposed to sit there 4 years. That's
Question
a
for you.
farce.
And this is a question I'm asking too. Do you think that sometimes going to school, especially for something like technology, will box your view in of that, as opposed to learning on your own and being able to have a little bit more of a free mind when it comes to that subject?
Definitely. What happens is it's like ignorance is bliss, right? A lot of people benefit from that structure of school. Don't get school confused with education. There's two separate things. School is that vehicle, it's that place where education's supposed to go down. Education is something you can get without that formal structure, okay? Now, what I'm saying to you is this. Some of the benefits of not attending that scripted school is you don't learn all of those things they teach you about. If you don't do this by here, you can't learn it. If you don't do this by when, it ain't going to work for you. If you don't get a college degree, you're going to make $40,000 less than the person maybe with the college degree. If you're never exposed to that and have to answer yes on the exam to further on your so-called schooling, you don't even adopt those idioms. You don't even adopt those philosophies and that way of thinking. You're out here getting involved with something that you didn't even know you wasn't even supposed to get an exposure to. And then before you know it, you doing contracts, you got clients, you doing this, and you doing it from your crib, you doing it from a Starbucks, you doing it from so-and-so. That's what's happening. And I show, and I don't have any sons, so my daughters see that, and they say, well, Daddy, I say, listen, look out this window, out of my condo, look out this little window, BC. I see your cars, right? See that Range Rover and that S-Class Mercedes? You can work at Burger King if that's what you want to do. I'm going to get up and based on the weather, decide which one and I'm going to drive. And I ain't going nowhere but around the corner to go to breakfast. I'm not going to a brick and mortar and they got to let me in and I got to catch an elevator. So the reason why I say that to her is you have to be focused on what you on. School might be for you. You have to be true to yourself. I'm going to help you as much as I can, but school ain't for everybody. That's just what it is. And yes, if you are taught, think about this. Think about this. You say, well, if they would have told you that, see, it's one thing if somebody tell it to you, but when you actually studying and reading these books and the teachings that if you don't do a certain things, you're not going to be something, and you have to answer these exams to get them correct, whether you agree with it or not, subliminally, you're buying into that thinking. If you're not even exposed to that, then you're too ignorant to even know. It's almost like it's an asteroid coming in. You don't know if it's an asteroid coming in or not. If you're not exposed to that technology to know that one is coming next month, we're sitting around here functioning like the night. Will we be on here if we knew that? No. So as individuals, let me say that again. I can speak to it because I live it. See, mine's ain't theory. I'm not looking across the table telling my sister's keeper how you should do it. And here's what's really going on with you. CKQ, here's what you should do. And here's what's really going on. The only thing I'm speaking about is documented the way I'm living it every day. That's the only thing I'm telling you. With that 7th grade education or schooling.
.com.
Go ahead, John.
Oh, now I love it. Well, I reached out to talk on here in the private chat last week, but
I didn't see it.
I'm gonna try to. I figured you didn't. I figured you did. So to kind of piggyback off of something Talk said, Talk made some really good points in this. So like, you know, on the outside looking in, you would think based on what he said, I would oppose what he's saying, but no, I agree 100% with what he's saying. You feel me? It is not for everybody. It's not. Now, Rich Dad, Poor Dad is a book that I have told, I don't know, countless people they need to read it. So it's like 3 books that I always, that when people come to me talking about teach me how to trade or you want to learn, I bring it up. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Cash Flow Quadrant, and 7 Habits of Successful People. Now, when you read those books and I quiz you, can ask you what I need to ask you about those books, then you're gonna start hearing from me a lot, because it's a lot of literature I'm gonna give you, and it's a lot of definitions you need to learn before you ever even think about me sitting down with you talking about placing the trade, because I just need you to be here, and then we start looking at how to read charts and all this other stuff and how to do the fundamental analysis on how you do the research, how you properly read the Wall Street Journal, where to look at, right? The one thing I like about Rich Dad, Poor Dad is because Talk sounds just like the Rich Dad. That's the whole point of the conversation. Things that rich people tell their kids. See, if you learn from this, you go get a job to learn the infrastructure. That's supposed to be your goal with the proper mindset. And see, when you read 7 Habits of Successful People, you'll start to develop that mindset, right? Cash Flow Quadrant talks about the advantages of being an owner, the advantages of how 3% control the 97. And you get I get a lot of pushback from that. You know, I hadn't talked about trading on here a while because I get people who want to, you feel me? But it was a couple of people, they just too busy. But then there's some, they just ain't going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like they not. You know what I'm saying? But I had that mindset. When I taught myself to trade, I had that mindset that I wanted to be able to make another income. And they said, well, why you do what you do? Because I run things through my business. I can't pay I'm not trying to get killed on taxes. So I pay myself through my business, through my corporation, but I also have a job that's a but I work from home. Mm-hmm. I'm comfortable doing it. That's right. Don't bother me none. Mm-hmm. If it for one time interfere with anything, I will cut it loose because I don't need it. I don't need it. I make good money, like really good money, just trading. I trade options. I don't day trade. I trade options, period. So by me doing that, I had the mindset I want to work for myself. Well, why are you going to school to do this? I know why I'm going to school, because I want that paper. I want that. See, in order for me to get licensed, I can get licensed or I could coach. I could coach right now. You understand? But I want to coach on my terms, meaning private practice. I don't want to go to a building. So rather than trying to build that up and do. I've got income coming in while I do that. I've got
Can I
money
ask you guys a
coming in
question?
while I do that. Huh?
I want to ask you guys a question. So do you think middle class or poor parents tell their kids to go to school to get that degree?
Yeah, I do. I think so. I think they really push school on them, but they don't push. What they don't push on them is earning is entrepreneurship. They don't push that. They
Yeah,
don't
because I
push
mean,
that.
it just clicked when you said what Tack was saying is exactly what the rich dad would be saying. So I was thinking like, okay, so what would
Yeah.
the poor dad saying? The poor dad will probably be telling him,
You read the
go to
book, you'll hear
school,
what they say. Go to
go to
school. You need to make good grades. You need to get a job with benefits. You need to get all this. And then the pushback from Rich Dad was, listen, you go to you while you in school, learn how to manage businesses, take those classes, learn about tax laws, educate yourself about this, that, and the third. Then and then when it comes to the because cash flow quadrant was written by the same author. It's the sequel to Rich Dad Poor Dad, right? It's the next book behind it, right? And it really, when I tell you what, when it made this one point, people who own businesses, people who work for other people, you get the leftovers. So you work, they take, you get. When you own, you work, you get, you take, then you give. Think about it. If I have an option that, once my option hit, and let's say it's 4,500, 2,000, 10,000, whatever, right? Whatever. And let's say over a month, I've done like 4 or 5 of them, right? I've got that money. That's my money. You understand?
Yeah, it's a whole nother.
And because I run it through my business, I'm gonna let them know I'm gonna structure it how I need to structure it to figure out what I'm gonna allow you to have, not the other way around. I'm not at your mercy, you're at my mercy. Because when you understand tax laws, when you understand what you can write off, when you understand how you can do all these things, then you know how much of that money you're gonna do, and then you keep up with your losses. Because you don't always win. I don't always win. Top don't always win. Top lose sometimes.
Hell yeah.
He come in that motherfucking he thought wrong and gambled that last fucking tick, and that motherfucker went red on him. Damn, like shit. And then the bottom fell out. He was looking for the back. When he was looking for it to reverse back up, and that hoe did not reverse. He was looking for a reversal, and she just kept going, and he had the
reverse Uno card didn't work.
He broke a loser, and he booked a loser that day. But he went like me. I win probably 90 to 97% of the time.
Yeah, that's right. That's the thing. That's
You know what I'm saying? My account like over 280% up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For the year. I'm cool with that. But you got to know that you can write them losses off.
Yeah.
Don't let them focus on the fucking main winners. Don't do that. Then when you understand that, then you can see it's okay for you to work for you. But everybody's scared to do it. But that's how if you want to know how to get rich, it ain't working for somebody else. I can just assure you of that. That's a whole fact. Capitalism is not designed for you to work somebody else and be rich. You don't see the correlation between the inflation and how you get paid? You don't see that? If it was designed for you to be rich, apartments would cost this down here, and your pay would be like this. Then you could save a lot of money. And if you were good with money, you could become rich. But it just don't work like that. Because they don't want a lot of rich people.
Exactly. Right.
They want people who, if you're willing to take the risk, and you willing to fucking take the risk, you can become rich. Ain't shit stopping you. Nothing. Is
Is
the
that
only
risk?
person stopping you is you.
That fear.
I did a. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You know
No.
what? Yeah, I want to throw this. I want to throw this question at both you and what do you consider rich?
Who you talking to me?
Yeah, let's throw that at you guys. What do you
I
consider?
mean, I don't want to
That's
play.
a very fair question.
Yeah, I don't want to play semantics with the word, right? But I'll just say this because some people say, "Tuck, that's not rich. That's wealthy." Yeah, all right, okay. So I don't know the difference between rich and wealthy, but here's the thing for me.
But I know I got big checks.
Now, in terms of rich, to me being associated with money, right? Okay, so in the context of money, so I day trade. Okay. So that means I'm in and out of trades every day. At night, I'm not tied to anything. Okay. Um, once that would hit $82,000, I looked at what I was using to day trade with. I was never using more than $50,000 to day trade with, even though my broker account had hit 81.5 or something. So I sent $30,000 back to the bank. Okay. So I used $50,000 a day trade with. That's what I use up to that, right? So example would be Peloton was $20 some. I buy 1,000 shares. I shorted them today, whatever, made out. 2 days ago, the last video I put on my YouTube channel was Friday, January 21st, where I walked through step by step me shorting Peloton, making over $2,200 before 11 a.m. And I got one sock on in my boxers, and I didn't take a shower, but I did brush my teeth that morning, right? So rich to me is anytime I want to go somewhere, whatever I want to do, I can just do it. I don't really plan for it. I just inform people that that's what I'm gonna do, especially if I'm going on my own, right? So I'm real comfortable about I can eat what I want. People say, they say, "Oh man, that Range Rover ain't it hard on gas?" I said, "Well, you probably don't think
You don't
about
care.
gas when you go get this." See, and of course, the people that ask you that, they never even had one in their life, right? So it's all these. So when I say rich, I'm not rich. I'm comfortable. Okay, I don't know what rich is. I've seen it on TV, but I'm comfortable. There's nothing that I can't do where I have to calculate how much and I gotta wait till Friday. Let me say that. That would be my answer. I don't know what rich is. I haven't experienced it. I'm just comfortable as hell.
And you answered that exactly how I would.
Yeah.
That's That's the same way I would answer it. I don't think I would just say, I don't just sit down, like I don't count up things. I just know the money I'm not going to mess with, the money that I transfer into my personal account, and that's just me, the money that I transfer into my personal account, it's accounted for, and I do budget that. But there was a time where I was starting to get those old spending, and you have to just know what I was talking about. Like I've spoke about it a lot of times. When I made a lot of money once before, I was a fool and with my money parted. But I don't have to sit up and worry about that because if I want money, if I need money, if something come up, I'll just transfer it over into my personal account.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
And it's there. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I know exactly what you're
it's
saying.
there. But as far as like I live in an apartment. My rent's not due until December 2022. That's when my rent's due.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have no car payments, nothing like that.
Yeah.
Me and my sons, all of them, we're gonna go to Guam next year. We'll probably go to Guam, hit Puerto Rico. And like I ain't really thought nothing else about it.
Yeah.
I know I'm gonna hit the New Jersey to go see Clem. if I can stand the people out there, I might holler at old Blooming Ebony out there in Oregon because it's beautiful in Oregon. But Lord have mercy, the people. They nice. I'll play nice. But that's what I'm saying. So like I don't really have to think. I know at one point I would eat out 3 times a day and it cost me about $25-$30 a meal every day. Like every day.
Yeah.
It's like what how do you do that? That's like 3,000 or 4,000. Right. I'm just saying, I don't think about it. I know I got it. And I just like it just came back to me. You know what I'm saying?
My sister came up here and she said, Donnell, who's my nephew, she said he told me go right to your refrigerator and open it up. And nothing was in there but some orange juice and about 6 waters.
I swear. Because I just don't like, you know what I'm saying? Like even with Jake, like we had we had like 2 racks of ribs. I don't know, the meal was catered. It was like $40-$50, something like that. That was what we had for dinner. I didn't feel like cooking. I had a lot of studying to do. I don't feel like cooking all the time, man. Cook, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes I have to cook because it's just good to cook. I don't want to, show him. I don't want to teach him bad habits. But when he wasn't here, it was definitely 3 times a day. I'm eating out breakfast, lunch, dinner, and it's gonna cost about $20-$30. Period.
Yeah. So CKQ, did you hear me about saying just comfortable? I don't know what
yeah, so I'm just comfortable too.
Your mute on, your mic on mute.
Yeah, I had to step away really quick.
Yeah.
So I didn't really hear too much of that.
No, I was just saying that I don't know what rich is, but I'm very comfortable, right?
Oh, yes.
Comfortable as hell.
In terms of like
you can pick up and go at any point in time.
Well, think about it this way. I got over $50,000 in my broker trade app, right? Just sitting there that I use the day trade with, and probably 47 or 50 some thousand in my bank account. And I don't really need it to do anything. It's not there. Like it's there. So I'm very, very comfortable. That's why even if I go to do something, like me and the doctor was just talking about, it's just deciding what to do. We're not really going through, do I got enough? Wait till Thursday. Like I called my daughter the other day and I said, hey, she says, what you doing? I said, do you want your Valentine's Day gift early? And she says, well, I don't know. I need to get this done to the car. And, I said, well, let me know if you want it early. Now I'm calling her, asking her, do she want her Valentine's Day gift early? Like for a Christmas, because it's always just money. I called after Thanksgiving. You want your Christmas gift early? See, so I'm just comfortable.
Yeah.
Well, you can adopt me and I want a gift now.
Yeah, I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, me and Clement talked about this before.
Definitely, a lot of times. But I do want to drop this question off again, bring it back full circle, to end off the panel with the last question. We've had it before, but I still want to drop it again. The high value conversation. Do we need to keep it going? The high value conversation. Do we need to keep it going? Tim's, we haven't really heard from you.
Yeah, man. No, I was just listening to the elders, man. You get me? I like to take wise words from the elders.
There you go, of course.
That's what I said. I'm like, I talk a lot, but I love to listen. Listening is a skill, Listening is a skill. Some people don't like to listen, so
a lot of people don't like to listen.
I had to learn that over the years, from you get me. So now it's a skill implanted now, man. But yeah, you should keep the high value conversation going on, man. You should keep it going on for sure, man, because a lot of people don't really understand it or don't want to delve into it too tough, man. But unfortunately, it's a part of reality now. So that's why I said the influences that's over there is spreading over here now. So people are trying to take take it into certain places and looking into it too deep. Like,
what do you mean by looking into it too deep?
Like over here, certain women don't want. Like that's what I'm saying. They're looking at certain things and seeing certain images and whatnot, and looking at certain influences and thinking, yeah, if you're not high value now, you're nothing. They're forgetting about the blue collar guys. They're forgetting about the electricians. They're forgetting about the train guys. They're forgetting about bus drivers. They're forgetting about the factory workers. They're forgetting about the retail workers. It's nothing. They're nothing now.
Okay. So we need to keep it going because
it just needs to be pushed. It just needs to be pushed. Man. I don't know about. I don't really concern myself with a high value, low value, all that shit. You get me? But I'm just saying. Okay. I'm just saying, like, it needs to be put out there to be like, if you're not high value, it doesn't. Like, it's alright. It's okay. Like, it's alright being average and working towards being with the best that you can be in it. You get me?
Okay. I somewhat understand what you're saying. Somewhat. Okay. Tack, what do you think?
I think the conversation should go on. And here's why for me. Like when I used to hear my nephews and them say, I'm gonna be a rapper. I want to go, in the studio, this, that, and that, right? And I used to tell my sister, she says, yeah, I told him, but I said, just let him do it. And she says, why? I said, here's why. A lot of times, the kid that's talking about being a rapper, he might have the personality that he realizes I can't rap. But what he might wind up excited about is the engineering part, the software, the applications, the setup. This is branch logic. This is what I'm talking about. This is exposure. This is what I'm talking about. Sometimes a person says they want to do a particular thing, and you may know it's really not in them, or you might know that, okay, that's just a stereotypical answer to you being lazy as hell or whatever the case is. But a lot of times you meet and learn and you get excited about other things that you do wind up being focused on once you walk towards that path, if it doesn't hurt anybody, or hopefully you don't get hurt in it. Now, about the high value, like anything else, as you evolve, things take on new definitions, right? So Kevin Samuels might have these 6 to 8 things that are considered high value. I don't think he defined them himself. He may have pulled them from somewhere else. It doesn't really matter. I could care less. But the conversation in and of itself needs to happen, because like John was saying, Doctor was saying earlier, ultimately, you're going to grab something like my sister Keeper was saying about her mom and her grandmother. You're going to grab something and you're going to tweak it and make your own. So, yeah, the thing what it is now is not the end all be all. But in that conversation, in the poking and going back and forth and having the different views and the arguments and the debates and the panels, you grow from that, because now wisdom is a drip, right? People are saying things that are wisdom, classified as wisdom. Nobody's going to get wisdom in real time because it's a drip. And then later on, it starts, getting to you. And that's so yeah. I think yeah, sure, it should go on. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Will you agree with the what's that saying? Wisdom is wasted on the youth.
I think that's a saying, but like I said, wisdom is a drip. See, people want wisdom to be in real time. There is no real time wisdom. The proof of that is the person that's giving it. See, here's the proof. You don't have to test the youth that you're passing it on to. Test that against the person that's passing it on. See, I say something that's jewels or wisdom.
It's 2 words.
Question me about what I said. Talk. How long did it take, and what did you go through to get that? You'll hear the time that it took, the experiences that it took. Then you'll see, okay, that wasn't even in real time for you, was it? No. Okay, so you don't really have any expectation that wisdom would be in real time for the youth, would you? No, I don't. See, I don't. But it seems like people disconnect themselves from that slow process once they get it. and they think they can just hand it off like a damn football and he should be running up the field with it. It don't work that way if you question yourself about what you went through and how difficult it was for you to get it. That's why I tell my daughter sometimes, I'll be talking to her when she come visit me, stay the weekend, and she'll say certain things, and I just get up. I say, hold up, I'll be back. I go in the other room. I come back. Like, Dad, why you just walk out? I said, because, you know, I remember when I was retarded. I sounded just like you. I wasn't on medication. The people wasn't looking for me at the hospital. I wasn't an outpatient, but I was retarded just like you. And you're going to overcome that soon. So that's why I step out when you say certain things. So, yeah, that's my answer, man.
Yeah.
Chris.
I remember when I was retarded.
That was great talk. Thanks. That was great. That was a great answer. Yes, I definitely think this conversation should keep going. I think it's information, and I don't think information really hurts that many people. I think that the more information that people have access to, the better decisions that they can make. You know, you can decide if you want to go down that track or if you don't want to. You can decide if you want to do it differently and also share. Like Talk was saying, exposure. You have to have exposure to these things. I think this is a perfect example of equal opportunity at its finest. I think most of the world has access to YouTube where this conversation is typically happening. And there's no requirements to listen to it except for an email, right? And no, you don't need an email. You can just pull it up on the internet and you can watch it in a ghost fashion and listen to all the conversations. I think it's definitely necessary. I don't think there's anything wrong with having people talking about their lifestyles, how they got where they are, and why they define themselves as high value, and how other people can also walk in their footsteps if they so choose. I think it's great.
What do you think is the core idea behind the high value conversation?
Self-improvement. It's, are you reaching your full potential? Sometimes I do think a lot of people get in this rut that they're perfect the way they are. I think that you're valuable the way you are. I think that you're worthy the way you are. I don't think that anyone's perfect the way they are. And I think that there's always a way up, you know. And I think it's okay to examine that path whenever you so please. So I just think it's purely self-improvement. And I think that some of the best goals are the ones that you set high with clear checkpoints along the way. And I think this high value conversation does that well, from what I've heard. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's very good. Self-improvement is it's actually, that's what CJ actually dropped in there as well. Self-improvement is the key.
And discipline.
Discipline is I would say something that hasn't really been talked too much about in this whole high value conversation. But CJ, what's up, man? Thanks for coming up.
What's going on, man? Just chilling. What's up to everybody in the panel? How y'all doing?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Danny D, what's going on?
What's up?
Yeah, I think this conversation should keep continuing, but I think it should be geared towards self-improvement, because to me, with self-improvement comes the quote unquote high value status. To me, I mean, but at the end of the day, the whole high value topic is a subjective point of view. You did what I'm saying. What's high value to me may not be high value to you, but we can take tangible elements and mix that with that. For example, the average apartment is $1,400. Most people can't pay for an apartment by themselves. You need to get your money up. That's a fact. That's a tangible. You need to work hard in order to get that money up if you want to live comfortably. As I said on many shows, a pack of chicken is $28. That's not a perspective. That's a fact. So you, in order to eat and eat comfortably, you need to get your money up. In certain parts of the country, it's almost $2,000, $3,000 for an apartment just to live, just to maintain. That's a fact. That's not a perspective. So in order to become the best version of yourself, you need to focus on that self-improvement. You should max out your potential income-wise, health-wise. in every other aspect in your life. You need to collect, shout out to Austin Dunham. He said you need to collect all 6 Infinity Stones and then become the Thanos, the best version of yourself. And I love that comparison. I love that comparison. So yeah,
Can I ask
the
you
conversation needs to continue.
When we because the conversation of the high value, it kind of came onto the scene with money. The high value conversation was predominantly solely focused around money. Do you think that we need to start shifting it to a lot more on, because I agree with you, self-improvement, but that's still not really the main core thing that people focus on. People focus on, okay, I need to work 60 hours now to make more money.
Yeah.
Whereas these
I
people
agree
are
with that.
still, like we were talking about last time, these people are still lacking in, they aren't actually taking care of themselves. They're not actually talking to people to increase their, social skills. They're not increasing their social network.
Well, here's the thing. I think if you, first of all, to me, money is one of the most important aspects because without money, you can't survive, period. I mean, unless you know how to build a home with your bare hands and you can grow your own food and everything like that and know how to plant and all that kind of stuff, unless you know how to do that, then you need money. So you should focus on that aspect. With the rate of inflation going the way it is, you need it to survive. So that's an element that you should focus on and focus on it relentlessly. But that's not enough. And I think most people think that just because you're good in one area, that makes you the best of who you are. No, you need to learn how to talk in order to get money. You need to know how to have good people skills in order to get money, in order to move up in the ladder and whatever you're trying to do, even if you're trying to start your own business. How you going to start your own business if you can't campaign correctly? You got to know how to talk to people and get out there. So you have to upgrade and self-improve in every aspect of your life. But people they don't like to focus on the money part because most of them are broke. And that's just what it is. They hate that aspect of it. But that's not our problem. Go get your money up. You're broke. You spend too much time on YouTube and you don't have anything to show for it. You're broke. And that's why people hate this money talk. I never talk money though. Ever. I never ever talk money to the point to where I say I'm trying to crap on you because you don't have it. But a lot of people are broke and you need to get your money up instead of complaining. And the whole world is hiring, so it's no excuse.
Okay. Danielle.
Sir.
You know what I'm asking.
I answered. I said yes. I think it's important. Besides what everybody else was saying, it's just like I said, because it's new 18-year-olds every day, new 21-year-olds every day. A person wakes up every day, a new person wanting to improve themselves and might need guidance on how to do that or where to start. And so it's important to have it out there so that they can have something to help them.
Do you think this high value conversation has been solely focused on a man's point of view, or a point of view of, for the woman, it's you need to be chasing this kind of guy?
I don't know. He tell women that they need to be chasing this kind of guy. He telling men that this is the kind of guy that women chase.
Okay.
He telling women that if this is the kind of man that you want, then this is the type of woman that you need to be.
Mm-hmm.
That my sister's keeper. Can I add something? Can I just jump in real quick? See, that's the thing. A lot of people leave out what you just said. A lot of people, when they give the Kevin Samuels example of what he said, the thing that I find a lot of people will leave out, that he's saying that to the specific desire of the specific people who desire a specific thing. He rarely is saying it to all women, all ages, all. If you listen to what he's saying, he says, well, you want that guy? Well, you should be doing, or a person like you desire that should be, it's almost like watching the devil's advocate. And that's the thing. I'm not saying I agree with everything he says or agree. I'm just saying I'm glad you I'm glad you presented it the way you just did, my sister's keeper, because like you said it. He says, nah, you're the woman and that's what you want, this might be what you need to do. He not even talking to the woman who don't want it. But I'm gonna shut up. That was it. Thank you.
But
No,
what
yeah,
you said to that, I think a lot of
good.
women do want it. I think a lot of women do want it. That's why the general masses are so upset with them, because it points a mirror at themselves. If you tell a woman I can't get a millionaire because she's 300 pounds, that hurts, because most women want to be with millionaires and men who are well off. But what millionaire man do you know walking around with a 300, 400-pound woman? You don't see it. I've never seen it. So, I mean, that hurts. Most people are fat. Most, especially in America. Most women are fat. I mean, that's the truth. It's the truth, though. I mean, I'm just keeping it real. And that stings. A lot of men are broke. That stings. People don't like that. You want to talk all this stuff. And I know it's broke men that get chicks, but at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? But it's a stinging thing.
What quality
So
of
that's
living
why,
you have, though?
yeah, that's why so many people get so upset with him, because it's a look in the mirror. Be like, dang, I'm sure a lot of women lay up, be like, it would be nice to lay up with a millionaire and get or be wifed up by a millionaire, but look at what the millionaires want. It's not really that hard to see. You ain't never seen Drake with Lizzo, and you're not gonna see it. So that's just what it is.
You might see him with some hot sauce, though.
Exactly. And Lizzo might eat it.
Lizzo might eat it. You know what? Since I like you guys real quick, we're just gonna drop one last question, okay? Last one. There are no ugly people, just people that don't do the work to be desirable. There are no ugly people, just people that don't do the work to be desirable. CJ, tell me.
It's definitely ugly people, whether people want to admit it or not. I think that's a lie.
Stop the cap.
There are people, and I'm not being mean, but there are people with deformities and all kind of stuff where they can't control their looks. And if they walk up to a certain woman, they're going to say no. They've actually did that test on people. So this whole confidence, oh, you got to have confidence, that's bullshit, because that's the man. No. So, and I say that respectfully, but yes, there are people in the world that most general people would consider ugly. Look at Beetlejuice from the Howard Stern show. Most women would consider him unattractive, and that's just the world that we live in. And I mean, it's real.
But then, okay, so what I would say to that Beetlejuice, yes, he is. If he was Beetlejuice, an average person, yes, he would be unattractive, or undesirable. But now, if let's say he went to the gym and he scaled up a business, started making a lot of money, now is he desirable?
Well, don't get me wrong. Now the question was ugly. Now that don't mean an ugly or deformed person can't get a partner. Look at Steven. What's his name? I don't want to say Dorff.
Well, that's what I said.
Steve
There are no ugly people, just people that don't do the work to be desirable. I didn't say it would make him.
Well, physically, anybody. Okay, if you are lacking in one area, you can greatly improve in one area to attract a partner. I'll say.
Are you talking about physically though? What about mentally? Can you be ugly mentally or?
Yes,
sure. Absolutely.
So then that's what I was thinking. What CKQ, or was you speaking about mentally or physically or?
No, not mentally.
Okay,
I'm talking about physically. I talk about physically. Physically, the ugly part is physically.
Okay.
But then the desirable part is the gender that you prefer being attracted to you.
At the end of the day, if say for example, if Kevin Hart was to have another car crash, God forbid, and his face was completely torn off, finished, women are still gonna desire him. As simple as that.
Facts.
Yeah.
If Jay-Z left Beyonce right now and became a normal civilian and lost all his millions, women are still going to want him. It's as simple as that.
He's built his status.
Yes, he's built his status. All you need at the end of the day for him as a man, that doesn't even matter. That's what I'm saying. You can be ugly and still be desired by many women.
Oh yeah.
But it's the vice versa. I don't like women. I don't like women can't be like if a woman is ugly, then not many men are gonna desire her unless she's a needle in a haystack and she does things out of the ordinary that other women don't really do.
Or do you mean desire sexually or just desire as a mate? Because
there's
plenty of ugly women getting screwed.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. As a mate.
Oh, okay, as a mate. Oh, okay, yeah.
Arshawn got it.
Well, you put a tough one out there that time.
Oh yeah, I like to throw you guys off a little bit every now and then. But yeah, I think being desirable is something that no one. I mean, listen, I would say women are much closer to it than men are, just because they are born with inherent beauty that men desire. Other than that, both sexes still have to work to be desirable in the way that they want to be desired. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that applies.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. If you present yourself, if you carry yourself a particular way, it doesn't matter if you look like Beyonce or better. That's how you're going to be typecast in that circle, in that arena, you know. And what happens is a guy comes along if it's a woman, or a woman comes along if it's a guy I'm talking about, and they don't know any of that. They don't know she's a hoe. They don't know he's a hoe. And they see this person and they like, wow, you know, physically they good on the eyes, easy on the eyes. And then they, you know, they get engaged, get the engagement with them, and they start dialoguing, communicating, and then they tell their friends. We've all done it before. If you come up in the hood, you've done it before. You meet this girl and you think, hey, she's cool, this guy, and you tell your girlfriend or your homeboy, they say, yo, everybody had that. You say, what? No, ain't no way.
Finished.
So the thing is, it's like, I know for me, I had 4 brothers growing up, right? 3 of my brothers, they was the ladies' man. I used to catch the residuals from them. So they would get the bad bras. And part of the deal was they had to bring a young cousin or some bullshit, right? Send them and meet
Gotta take the bullets.
So right. So I'm catching the collateral damage. So that's what I am, right? But here's the thing, check it out, right? Later on in life, what I found out was I didn't have to be the tall, dark, and handsome guy because that's not me. What my experience with women has been, if I'm around you enough, because here's women aren't as superficial as much as men.
Nope,
not as much. When I be around women enough, they look past this guy may not be the tall, dark, and handsome, and they say this motherfucker is brilliant.
Yes.
That equals that. You understand? This dude is such and such. He's so and so. See, and women have a tendency, they will lift that hood up sometime. They will look up underneath that cover. If that gets allowed to happen, as you say, put the work in. And that's been really my experience. I'm not the crush it when you see me. I'm the guy you're going to keep walking by. And then when you get tired of dude using your car and you just happen to be talking to me about it one day, I said, don't worry about it. Just catch an Uber. And all of a sudden they said, damn, this guy treat me with respect. He act, no judgment, whatever. So it depends. But yeah, do you have to work at it? Sure, you have to work at it. I've done things like meeting women and they said they going to the club and I'm like, here goes $60, $80, buy your first drink for you and your girl and let them niggas buy you the rest of the night. Because I'm not coming over there and sit up there and put all that work in to try to talk to you, stuff like that. So you got to do it. So that ugly thing and all of that, it be different levels to it. Because everybody get judged by people. Everybody get judged.
So no one's ugly.
Well, or everyone is.
Boom, that's what I was gonna say.
Well,
everyone's ugly.
Yes.
Everyone's ugly. You just got to do the work to make yourself desirable.
Everybody ugly because everybody not gonna find you attractive. Everybody's not gonna desire you. So to someone, everyone is ugly. Like somebody is gonna be like, It's people who think Beyonce is ugly.
Ain't no question about it, but it's a numbers game. I'm gonna tell you something. It's difficult. For the most part, right? Normal. It's difficult to find 10 people that's gonna say no to you in a row. Like there is something called the law of probability, right? It's difficult.
True.
I think the challenge is you don't carry the last rejection with you.
Yep. That is a fact. The law of averages.
And you can become undesirable. You can
telling
become
you, man.
undesirable quickly as well.
I'm telling you.
So are y'all saying women don't care about looks? You said women not as superficial as men.
No, I'm saying in general,
Not
women
as.
will look under the cover. They're not going to be. Put it this way. Let me use me. I'm physical. Okay. I don't care nothing about your degree. I don't want to know your religion. None of that. The first thing that's grabbing me is that physicalness, right? And then we engage and we talking. Until I get past that certain stage of maybe that desire to be with you physically, I'm probably going to be lying, telling extra truths, all that bundled into some type of package.
Extra truths.
All that. Yeah.
I never heard that before.
And then I'm gonna look under the hood, right? Women have a tendency to, yeah, it's physical initially, but they will look under the hood. They will peep and see. Oh, this dude can spell his name. You know.
That's a bar. That's a
But
low
you
bar.
said you said initially, right? Initially,
yeah.
To get you through the door. But why do we act like that women don't like sexy things? Like me and John used to argue about this all the time. Like, why do we act like that? That is crazy to me.
Because it's not as much as men.
It was
not that it doesn't matter.
It was just
act like it's not a factor at all. Have you ever seen Bruce on the cover of People's Top 10 magazine, sexiest people alive? You've never seen it. Like, come on. Like,
so the idea is that women will look past looks more than men will.
Yeah.
Yes, they may look past.
I'm just
looks.
giving you my experience.
Dudes look past looks too. Do you see who some of these dudes be laid up with? Do you be seeing who some of these dudes
laid up with?
are?
Laid up with versus decided to stay with in a long term. Women would much rather. Women are more likely to stay in a long term with someone who is not as attractive, but their brain is a lot more. They probably have a lot more paper. They can mentally stimulate them a lot more. Versus a guy.
That's fine, but what I'm saying is that we act like women don't care about looks. Like I hear that so much. Oh, well, they look past
they care
this,
about
they
the
look
looks, man.
past that.
They
But
care about the
women
looks.
do care about looks.
Who said that women don't care about looks?
I never said you did, but I hear that on these panels that women don't care about looks. That is cap. Who are these women going to see in these movies? Whose records are they buying? Like, come on.
I think that you just mishearing though. I think that they're explaining it perfectly. And then what you're talking about, what we go see in movies and stuff like that, that's just who we going to see in the movie. We can see that fine man that we think is gorgeous, right?
And look right past his ass and not
no,
want it.
we gonna talk to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this guy has no conversation, y'all. And that attraction leaves quickly. However, we can see a man that is less than average. And if you give him the time to talk to you, and he got those words,
it's a wrap.
He got some intellect. He got some charisma. That man just became fine.
As fuck.
Or he created an opportunity for himself, because chances are you're probably not going to give it to him.
I'm not saying that good-looking people can't talk themselves out of a situation.
And so that's what these people are saying. They're not saying that we don't think that men are attractive or that we don't care about looks. Well, what they saying is that, like he said, we are not as superficial. Men, they saying that men will choose a woman who is dumb but fine. But a woman ain't about to choose a fine dumb man.
Yeah, especially when it comes to who they choose to settle down with, especially because the average woman, if you look at women who are married, they did not fucking marry the dude that was that guy. They married dudes who they never thought they would even fucking date.
So is that why so many marriages are sexless? Is that why so much infidelity?
No, it ain't got nothing. That ain't got nothing to do with it. Like
what?
Women do not see niggas. That ain't got that. That ain't got a big. It's got something to do with it. That's cap. It's got something to do with it.
Thank you.
Because it depends on you as a dude. But let me hold on. Let me hold on, man. First of all, what turns a woman on, my nigga, is, let me tell you something. I'll go toe to toe with a nigga straight up, 6-pack the whole 9. I bet you. You give him an hour, you give me an hour, he better have a mouthpiece. That's all I'm gonna tell you. She spent an hour with me and an hour with him, I'm gone. I promise you.
I'm not saying that.
I do
I'm
this
not
all
saying
day.
you can't do that, John. My
But
whole
but what
point
I'm
is
but hold up,
initially.
hear me out. The same things that sexually arouse a woman is not the same things that sexually arouse a man.
Yeah.
A woman is up here. You gotta mind foreplay her ass first. That's how you get in them panties.
And that's why
That's
marriage
exactly how you get in them panties. So if you just a dude who you living off of, here's one thing is the truth. You can be fine as hell, right? But average in bed or whatever. But you, after a while, she wants you to stimulate her up here. Or she'll just stop fucking you too. She will. Then you have a nigga who niggas laughing at him. He ain't nothing to him. He look weird or whatever. But he know how to stimulate up here. He get more pussy than a little bit. Like she she can't wait till he get home.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He done called her with some old corny shit that was she liked he's willing to open up his soft side, and he was considerate about some shit. He heard her and he getting more ass than a little bit.
But what I'm saying is that takes time. So to the ladies, you never just seen a guy that you just wanted to say, I bet you he's good in bed or he turns me on just based off how he looks. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
all
but
that
the
other
same
stuff
thing
is
that you're saying is
time.
just like what y'all say about women wanting to have sex with you and wanting to be with you are not the same thing. There's plenty men that look good that we would want to fuck.
Right. That's my point though.
But that's not what they're talking about when they're talking about the difference of men and women. What they're saying is men will want to fuck and marry a dumb girl because they're superficial.
Hold on now. I fucking marry a dumb girl. I ain't gonna lie. I would fucking marry a dumb ass girl.
That's what I just said. That men will fucking marry a dumb girl, but a woman won't do that. I cannot.
But have you ever
I cannot marry a dumb man.
So y'all talking about the aspects of marriage in a long-term relationship.
Yes, but even have you ever heard like a guy talked himself out of sex?
All the time.
Yeah,
So even as fine as he could be,
talk your way out of it.
As fine as he could be, if he opens his mouth too much, he talks a bit too much, it's gone
all the way.
And opposite side, a girl could keep talking the whole time. We could not listen. We could find everything that she said was annoying, but we're still gonna try to smash.
It's gonna happen.
No matter as much. Like we're just like, God damn, like I cannot. She needs to shut the hell up.
Hour or some shit. No,
I'm talking about suffering, nigga. That's not changing.
But if she getting that ass up,
you
like,
that. But if you
put, it's fine like that. All right.
Damn.
That's it.
If you put a Flavor Flav next to a Method Man, who do you think most women just based? I'm talking about. I didn't know y'all speaking about long-term situations, but I'm talking about initial desire, initial looks and desire. If you put a Flavor Flav next to a Method Man, who do you think most women are going to choose first?
That's
what I was talking about.
It depends on what they motive.
There you go. Motive.
Yeah, listen, man.
For real.
Listen, man.
For real. Okay. It is going to depend on.
There's a lot more. There's a lot more to women choosing than there is to men choosing.
Way more.
She might want Method Man's autograph and take the picture and walk away with Flavor Flav.
Okay.
These black guys are winning. These chocolate guys are winning nowadays. You know, chocolate guys are winning. Not take.
You got some women that just like black ass men, like black as fuck. They love him.
His color. I'm not talking about. I ain't speaking about his color.
So you're just talking about physical appearance.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm about to say if Flavor Flav was light skinned, he'll still look crazy. So
I mean,
hell,
my man's a roach.
A whole roach.
No, but like I get what you're saying. The initial physical attraction. Right. They will desire Method Man first over Flavor Flav, but men are much quicker to act on that desire than women are. That's what I'm saying. Or you know what? The majority of men are quicker to act on that desire faster than the majority of women would.
I mean, that's fine. I'm not denying that, but I was just talking about the initial desire and then the whole aspect of when you do enter a long-term relationship. Let's just say you have a man who initially started out is fit. He's in shape. but then let itself go and got fat. You think her attraction is still going to be the same? That's what I'm saying.
Obviously not.
Her attraction. Oh, go ahead.
No,
Her
go on, sir. Go on,
may
sir.
not be the same, but like I don't date on purpose big women. Okay. In the past or whatever. That's not my attraction. But once I care about you in a real relationship, you can get bigger. You can. I know that sounds weird, right?
No, it don't.
That's your thing.
What I'm saying to you is, on the flip side of that, initially, what it might have been. See, I've been with some nice looking women. And when I say nice looking, I just don't mean by my standard. I mean by like the guys, it'd be like, wait, I can always tell when I'm with a nice one because they ask about her. How she doing? So I know what that means. Okay. So a lot of these nice looking women, they don't even put how fine the nigga is as first. They don't even do that. See, everybody don't do that that's nice looking. Not so if we're gonna talk in absolute, you mean you don't know a woman that'll do this and you don't know a man that'll do this. There's no absolutism. There's generalities, there's normal distribution, there's standard deviations of where things fall into, and then there's these means and extremes on both ends that everybody can pull an example out. So when I say my experience, when I date a woman and she gets bigger, I don't look, that's not automatically a turn off for me because now I care about you. But that's just me. Other guys will leave women that get bigger because that's just where they at with it.
But you said you're not attracted to big women. Now that's one
I said
thing if you are.
initially I'm not pulling in.
Initially,
If
right.
I care about you. Well, initially I don't care about you. Initially you're a fine motherfucker that just stepped out the Uber. And I'm just rolling up on you. Hey, how you doing? And whatever happened that made us have all right, I'll give you a real example. I'm at Starbucks minding my business, real examples. And somebody introduced me to somebody. Hey, Talk, this the girl so-and-so is a woman. She wanted to know, and I told her she might want to talk to you. And now we done met at Starbucks 3 times. Where every time we come, she ain't got no ring. I don't see no dude letting out the car. So I'm like, okay, hey, can I ask you a question the 3rd time? Can I ask you a question, Stacy, so I can focus wholly on what we're here for and not have this lingering? And she says, what? Are you married? Like, are you in a relationship with a man or a woman? And she says, well, no, not really. See, women got 28 ways of saying, whatever, right? They got one no, but 28 ways of saying, why, what's up? So she said, no, not really. I mean, it's not like that. I said, okay, because sometimes it's hard for me to focus on this because I'll be just wondering. So I'm glad you cleared that up. And then it's a different conversation, right? Okay. Now, I don't care about her yet. 2 months later, I care about her something. I don't know. And she get bigger 6 months later. I'm not going to leave her. I'm not going to start ridiculing her about you need to lose weight and all of that.
Not the cap.
Huh? Oh, I might say I feel responsible because something's going on in a relationship and we didn't just got complacent. But I don't attack women like that. That's not me. I'm not going to do that.
That's attacking. If you were one way, and then
if you ridicule an individual about something about weight, something about whatever's going on with them, I'm talking about if you ridicule them. That's the term I use. That's attacking the person. So I'm not going to do that. If anything, I'm going to be like, what's going on? We've been sitting up in there eating too many fish and cheeses, and every night we got Doritos in the bed. What's happening? And to be honest with you, in a relationship, a lot of times people send messages or say something's going on, and they don't say something's going on. They do
beat around the bush.
like heating all your meals up this week in the microwave and sliding that shit across the table. So You know, it's just different ways to communicate.
Man, if I gained 100 pounds, I want my chick to say something to me.
Well,
Like,
that's
what is you doing, boy?
Right.
What is you
That's what
doing?
I'm saying.
That's
And
like,
nothing's wrong with that. I'm just saying, I'm just being subjective. Initially, it might be superficial. Once I care about you, then all those judgments and checklists of superficial, they're gonna kind of wane off a little bit because I care about you.
Yeah.
And I don't even think that much about myself.
Yeah.
So.
And I think most women are that way. I don't think that most women will leave their man because they gain weight.
but if it's getting to the point where it's affecting their health, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't
if it's
think a
having
woman will leave a man for that.
Really?
Really? If it was a concern for your health, then I would speak to you about health, not weight.
Yeah, I think men are much quicker to leave that situation
Yeah,
than women
like
are.
women, they just
Word.
different, man. Like they different.
Because
and
men
like
are
I
more
purposely don't date. I purposely don't date real big women. You feel me? But I'm also not gonna be shy if we together and I don't want. But she has the same thing. If we together, you see me starting to balloon up. You know what I'm saying? Let me know. Tell me, because I promise you, I'm gonna tell you. I promise you, I'm gonna tell you. I'm like, hey, we ain't no damn fried chicken this week at all. At period. Like, I just added you to the membership, nigga. I'm gonna show you this new workout. We're gonna go do it together. I ain't asked you. Like, come on, let's go. I feel like I done gained some weight. You did gain some. We gained some weight, so we're gonna lose it together. We in this together. Teamwork make the dream work. High five.
I think that's perfect. That's perfect because
But ain't no woman gonna do that.
What you mean ain't no woman gonna do that?
What he just said.
What, work out together?
All that he just went through.
Unless
this woman is like a fitness person and that is just her thing, not the typical woman is gonna even go with it like that. That's not it.
First of all,
think if she valued her man, she would.
like that's disrespectful. They gonna
I absolutely felt that way. I absolutely felt that way.
Men ain't gonna accept a lot of men. They not gonna accept the woman rolling up on them like that. I mean, come on,
All right, so we've posed this question to the panel before. Is there a respectful way to tell someone you're getting fat?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I think the way John said it was perfect.
Yeah.
Then the way he just said it was perfect, but that's not how you speak to your woman.
That's what I'm saying.
The truth stings. It may
If
even
you
hurt.
talking to a dude, what you said was perfect. Just like CJ, how you were saying that you and not what the hell is that man's name on your page?
Who?
Dark skinned bald head guy. What
King Gene.
Boom. You and King Gene. Y'all like the TC Flesher guy. Get your fat up. Go to the
TC
gym.
Flesher,
You lazy. That's a man thing. That is not how you approach a woman.
That's totally different than what John said.
Yep. That's what I heard,
Totally different though.
But that's what I heard.
Here's the thing. She's talking about the mentality behind it.
But
men, we get ridiculed and we get motivated by that. Versus a woman would not take that so well.
Here's the whole thing, bro. In sales, you can call your customer and sell them a car, and you can cuss in front of them. You say, "Get the fuck out of here! I ain't doing that shit. You're trying to break my bank," and it'll be perfectly fine if you've done what you're supposed to do, which was got that close ass relationship. When you got that close ass relationship, the shit that I say, you can't say. Be a whole different outcome.
Absolutely.
So when I'm dealing with this female, we like this. We become best friends. She say shit to me, I say shit to her. Ain't nobody else allowed to say that shit to me, and nobody else allowed to say that shit to her. But I am, because I'm special. You know why I'm special? Because she wants to be with me. That's what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying?
I agree with
That's
you.
what I'm
100%.
talking about. We are friends, best friends, and that's how we talk.
And then it's this, and then it's already understood that that person hears that love and concern in there. It's packaged in there. You know, it's like like my homeboy this morning. He called me about. I said, "Yo, get your ass up out of there right now. Now I tell that to a dude that I just met. He not gonna take that like, right?
It might be
Like I already told y'all, I can't fight, so I don't say that. But to my homeboy, when I say get your ass up out of there, he knew I meant it like a caring concern to remove yourself from a situation. You know, if that's established, then it's good. But if that's not established between, then no, I get it. It's we can say we love each other different ways. Some people say fuck you and they mean I love you, right? But you gotta have that set up like that.
Can I ask the ladies a question? I want to know, like, okay, so just so I'm clear, if y'all got with a man and y'all married him, relationship, whatever y'all want to do, and he was a physically fit man when you met him, he was in shape, went to the gym. When you met him, that's what attracted you to him. And he steadily started to let himself go. Stop going to the gym, stop being ambitious, stop working out. Would that not be an issue with you at all?
Damn
How
bitch.
long have I been with him? How old is he?
What'd you say?
How long have I been with him? How old is he?
I don't know. I mean, you could. Let's
Those
say you
things
married.
matter. You good at setting up these specific scenarios, so put it together.
So okay, let's say you've
10
been
years,
with him.
he needs
Let's say
35.
you've been with him 10 years, right? 10 years and 35.
No, it wouldn't bother me.
What about you, Chris?
Is he a physical trainer? Does his job revolve around him working out?
No, he used to just like to work out. And
unless he's putting my family in a weird position where he's going to lose his job, we're all going to end up homeless. We're not going to eat.
That's all they care about, right?
That's all I care about.
That's
if he wants to gain 50 pounds, but I'm living great and my kids are doing great, I'm happy. Yeah. And I'll let him know, hey, maybe we should go walking a little bit more so he doesn't get diabetes and pass away. And maybe need to raise his kid myself.
Hey.
But other than that, no, it's just different.
Over time, women embrace that belly. They hold on to it in pictures. They walk up behind you and grab it. It's a lot of shit. They just don't give a damn after. They just don't care. They just don't care. They just don't.
Man,
they learn to love. They learn to love the
really
craft.
don't.
Yeah.
My sister, my brother-in-law is like 6'6", 300 some pounds now, right?
That's
but when my
he's
sister
still
initially
good, though.
married him, he was like a bodyguard, he did security work and all of this, you know. And I used to joke with him. I said, man, you hit my sister, I'm gonna have to pay somebody to do something to you, you know, like that, right? So he said, oh man, you know, I wouldn't, you know, whatever. But if you see him now and him and my sister get into it, I probably could kick him in his stomach and run. You know what I'm saying? But
damn,
my sister might joke about it every now and then, but she love that motherfucker, man. Because what he was physically, she probably pay attention to that. I ain't gonna say that she don't, but the years later and their marriage and all that other stuff.
That's her best friend, bro. Like she don't see herself without this nigga.
Man. It's different.
When you get that connection, you got that connection, and it hurts though. Like it would hurt if that connection also went. Cause like if you gain the weight because you actually depressed, so your personality is changed. Like you just didn't gain. Like she gonna see about you that nurturing
That's
way.
what Mean Levy said right there.
Like something is wrong. You feel what I'm saying? But like if you just said fuck a gym, I'm old, nigga, it's gonna come to a point, bro, to where you say fuck a gym. I promise you, it's too much. You fall and taking naps, and you want to take an old man nap. It's gonna come a time. It's just gonna happen.
Wow, that's
and
scary.
You gonna gain. I promise you. Wait till your
Is
ass.
it scary that you gonna get big, or is it scary that you think your woman not gonna like you?
Get older.
It's scary.
You
It's
go to
scary
taking
to the
the
point
old
that
man
people.
naps.
It's scary that the point that people won't put themselves first and keep up that physical fit. You don't have to be like that. People choose to get like that. It's people that keep up with their health in their 60s and their 70s and their 80s.
But they
I gotta disagree with that. I gotta disagree with that, CJ.
That's
I
what's
gotta disagree
important
with
to
that.
them.
Just because
it's okay for that.
you don't know what's gonna happen in your life to get you to get you to that point, bro.
But
Like,
I'm talking
not
about
every
factors that
single
you
day
can
is gonna be
control,
you at your top. You get what I'm saying? It could be you lost your parents, you got fired from a job, all your investment just went to shit, and it all could have been within the span of like
No
4 or
doubt.
5 months in a row, just back to back. Like, your ego is, I mean, where is your ego going to be at that point?
It's
Are you
gonna
still
be in
going to be,
shit.
I'm going to get
You
up
are
and go to
not
the
gonna be
gym?
thinking about working out because you
No,
got to
it's
think
gonna be
about
a-
it.
I'm not saying
Parents
that.
dying in the 40s. When you in your 40s, 50s, your parents, nigga, you in your 40s and 50s. So if your folks still living, nigga, they borrow.
So what about the people that went
You know
through
what I
all
mean?
that went through all that tragedy and still remained in shape though?
Congratulations.
But
to
look
them.
at how many
That's what I'm
people
saying.
are
It
in
don't
shape.
have to be like that.
The,
That's my
major-
whole
the
point.
majority,
It
like,
doesn't matter if it have to be like that. If they get like that and their spouse still accept them, what does it
I'm
matter?
not saying the spouse can't accept them, but what I'm saying is that it, from what I'm picking up, is making it seem like it's going to be like that, whether you like it or not.
No, nobody's
No,
saying
no,
it's gonna
no,
be
it's
like
not.
that. We're just saying that if it happened to you, your woman not gonna leave you.
Well, not well, yeah. In most cases, no, they
That's what
won't.
you
But,
asked about.
but my thing is, my whole thing is, I think you should still want to do what you have to do in order to keep your my perspective. In
Well,
order to
and
keep
you-
yourself.
have you ever had like,
want
have you
to.
ever had like a mental slump before, CJ?
No.
So
No?
you've never been in a rut.
No, I've had bad days, but I've never been to had a mental slump. No.
I was talking
What
to
do you
John
do?
about
Well,
this recently.
what's a mental slump? I don't know.
So
It
I
depends
was
on what
talking
you
to
call a
John
mental
about this
slump.
recently, where I went through that phase where it was I didn't want to. I'm talking, getting up late for work, talking smoking a lot more, talking. You're not going to be going to the gym. You're going to be pushing people away. You're not going to be wanting to talk to anyone anymore. Not your family, not your friends, nobody. You want to be locked up. You don't want to see the light of day. You don't want to be doing shit that's productive for yourself at all. And you can't even get yourself out of it mentally.
Yeah.
You really can't.
CKQ, you know who described what you just saying right there? Just like you did, minus the smoking. The fucking Rock. The Rock. The Rock.
Biggest motherfucker.
The Rock. That same thing you just said. The Rock said it himself. He says, I couldn't get out the bed. I didn't want to. I wouldn't take the call. I miss money. See, all that. See, it's something called life. See, life.
Well, he got through it though.
Listen.
No, I'm just saying it's the period of time that people that live, they just go through things like that. And that's normal.
I never said that you can't go through things, but he still overcame and become one of the most successful people.
He was
Did.
already successful. That was
That's my point. I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying I never had a bad day. I've always believed in overcoming, though. People overcome trauma. People love a hero story. Clement, you was in that space. Look at you now. You're not there anymore. You didn't wallow into the point.
It took
But you
someone
got
to help
through
me
it.
out of it. It took someone helping me. Yeah.
You had people in your circle that was thorough that got you out of it. You got out of it. You made it out. That's my point. You don't have to stay there. You didn't stay there.
Some people don't have to go through anything mental to just not want to work out no more. Some
I'm
people
not talking about working out at this point. I'm just talking about overcoming trauma.
But you were saying that you think it's sad that people don't put themselves first.
I'll say that
And you feel
sometimes
like
it's
putting
much.
yourself first is like working out and staying fit. And I'm saying
That's not all. That's one.
And I'm
part
just saying that sometimes you don't need that. Sometimes putting yourself first is sitting down.
CJ, if you don't mind me asking you, what's your profession? What's your profession, if you don't mind me asking you?
I'm a nurse.
Huh?
I'm a nurse.
Oh, okay.
A high value nurse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, CJ,
I'm a nurse, and I'm gonna tell you why I had a
I've been
perspective.
to some of these hospitals, and they need to have a gym up in the emergency room for some of these nurses.
I agree. I 100% agree. And I'm going to tell you why I had a mentality that I have, because I work with people who literally can't move their limbs. And I'm not saying your sorrow or your depression is worse than somebody else's, but I work with people who can't move their limbs and still have a job.
Got you.
Who still have a good attitude.
Got you.
So the way I look at life may be a little bit different than the average person. I can move, I can breathe, I can jump, I can run, I can do all that. Ain't nothing to stop me from that. Heaven forbid God keep me in this position. But working with these, I got a patient right now, 27 years old, muscular dystrophy, can't move nothing but his thumb, but still has a job.
Got you.
And still has a good attitude.
Mhm.
So I don't know what it's like to be there. Don't want to know what it's like to be there in that mental state. I'm all about overcoming. If he can still walk around with, or not walk, but if he can still get through life with a smile on his face and an upbeat attitude and hold a job, I ain't got much to complain about. But that's not to say your depression isn't important, whatever you may be going through.
Mhm.
But that's
Mhm.
how I look at things.
Right,
That's how
right.
I look at it. So that's all I'm saying. I figure
No,
that
listen, I 120% respect that, bro.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just I do sometimes those points in time when you get into that mental space, it's not as easy to get out of. It
I
really
swear.
isn't as easy to,
It's not.
like, you are your biggest man. Like mirrors,
You
you don't even
right.
want to look in mirrors, bro.
You right, bro. I had to look at
Like,
myself, be like, damn, CJ, you know, you need to get your shit together, bro. You broke. You dig? Like, nigga, you catching the bus everywhere. You got to do all kind of stuff. It's time for you to step your shit up, bro. Like, yeah, it
And
wasn't
sometimes
always like this. I started from nothing, bro. Like, and that's what I try to tell people. Like, I was broke as hell. I got tired of being broke, but you have to want to do something about it, bro. You have to want to do something. I got tired of being fat, so I started working out. It's doing something about it. You just got to, instead of just talking, we got to implement these solutions. And I'm not saying my issues is any bigger than yours or yours are any bigger than mine.
yeah.
But if you want to get out, bro, you have to choose to get out. Because guess what? The world's still gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
The world. People say, well, you know what? Just because you got money, don't mean you can't be depressed. I'd rather be rich with depression because at least I can go get the right help. So that's how I look at it.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Tack, his service got disconnected. But it's been a nice short stream today for 4 hours. All right. We are going to close off the panel like usual. We didn't go through all of our questions, but I decided to spin it up a little bit. I like the
Can I
question.
ask you one question, just quick,
Yeah,
real quick?
of course.
How did you get out of your situation, like when you were in that? Because I think that's very important for people who do suffer with that kind.
Honestly,
that kind of issue.
I was very lucky to have a friend that, as many people I was just pushing away, they didn't stay away.
Mm-hmm.
They still kept calling. They still kept bugging me. And it made me realize that at least someone cared.
I thought
And that
about your
made
question last week when you said rock. Should a man rely on a woman as his rock? And then I really thought about what you said and was actually going to text you about it. But since we're here, I thought that was a great question, especially in hindsight. I remember when I was going through nursing school, that was the roughest time of my life. And when you say rock, the person that you put, I wouldn't say your problems on, but somebody that you would talk to and you could get through, that was my chick. And so, yeah, absolutely. So now that I had time to digest the question, what you said, it makes sense. And then with what you just said, you had a good friend to really get through there. That's why it's important to surround yourself around thorough individuals. I know if I'm slipping, I can call Danny. You know what I'm saying? She gonna tell me what it is. I may not agree with it, and whatever I do with her advice is her advice, or whatever the case may be. But I know I can depend on her if I need her. I know I can depend on my chick. You know what I'm saying? You need those thorough people in your life to get through those moments, though. Get away from the negativity. Some of us love wallowing in negativity. So that's all I wanted to know, how you got out of it.
Yeah, no, I wasn't one of those people that can make it out on my own. Had it not been for that friend, I would probably still be in that situation now. So yeah, I literally tell them, like, yo, thank you for coming into my life and actually helping me out of this spot, because it's hard. It's hard to get out of those, man. And that's why I'm saying sometimes it's not so much motivate yourself. Sometimes it's you mentally, you've shot yourself down so much, you just cannot see a way out of it. And it's scary, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. It is scary.
It's scary as fuck, bro.
And
Been there, done that.
it's hard too, just because listen, for myself, I'm not gonna, not to say anything crazy, but listen, I'm a good looking guy. I got a good job. I live a good life. So when you tell people, yo, I don't think I'm mentally good, I don't think I'm going through some shit, people don't give a shit. Man, your life is good. What the hell are you talking about? And that it drops you further and further down that pit, because It's like, yo, I'm really trying to reach out to someone, but no one gives a shit. No one cares. Like, are you kidding me?
It reinforces your negative self-beliefs already.
Yeah. It's hard, man.
And people think like, why didn't he ask for help? Because when people are going through certain things, they don't use the word, can you help me? They might be eating some damn ice cream.
Hey,
They
you want to
might
go
be
grab a
on
drink?
something doing different. And the literal person, the person that's literal, the lights on when I see the on switch. He needs help when he says, can you help me? He's sitting right across from him. Don't see nothing. Don't hear nothing. Because the communication don't be that. It's just what it is. What's the lady's name? Regina or something? The girl that plays
King.
Fridays, all that. She just on TV with her son. He dead. Her son dead. They was just on TV kicking it, having drinks, and he killed himself. And she holding his damn hand the other day.
Sometimes
It's
you
life,
don't know.
man.
Wow, that's a real topic to end it on. That's a real topic. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an amazing panel. Do you guys have anything else you would like to drop? Any last closing comments?
I just want to say thank you for having me on another one of your shows, man. I appreciate it.
Always. I really truly, CJ, Tim's, Tack, I truly appreciate you guys always joining the panel, dropping your opinions. You know, I always love different perspectives, different thought processes, and we can always learn when all of us come together and, you know, discuss different ideas, view different viewpoints. So yeah,
Absolutely,
man, thank you.
this is important conversations, and like I said, man, everybody got great points. You know, everybody coming from a good place. I think a genuine place. So keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Of course. And as usual, let's end it off right. We got Danielle.
Hi, my name is Danielle. You can find me on Instagram at Fly Nurse Mom Wife, or here on YouTube at My Sister's Keeper. And Clement, my leggings are on the way.
There we go.
So I will be linking my YouTube and be putting them up for pre-sale. They're for tall women. So if you're tired of your ankles showing, please go to my Instagram, and the Instagram is Statuesque Physique. Thank you very much.
Cool.
I love it. We got John.
Hey everybody, there's Black Wall Street from Alabama. All right, go to my channel on YouTube, Black Wall Street Trading LLC, and we can talk about making you some extra money in your pocket. You can also find me at a behavioral consultant.
Niggas tell me I'm.
I ain't do that.
That's that hippity hoppity crap. But anyway, behavioral consultant on IG, all right, on Instagram. That's what it's called, right? Instagram. That's where you can find me. All right.
You got Chris.
Hey everyone, I'm Chris. I have a channel called The Blooming Ebony, and you can also find me on Instagram at The Blooming Ebony as well. My next video will be on transformation, actually. So if you're interested, follow me on Instagram for updates, and also subscribe to my channel for notifications. And don't forget to subscribe here as well if you have not already. Have a good night. Happy blooming.
CJ.
First off, I'd like to give a shout out to Pookie and Ray Ray. Always doing their thing. But no, I'm playing. But shout out to everybody. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to Clement. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to his channel. My name is CJ. I'm a high value nurse. What I do on my channel is have conversations similar to this, and I talk about nursing. And Sunday nights is the flagship show on my channel, to see JK podcast, how to show on Sunday nights, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Be there or be square. Also, y'all check out the Traveling Heartbeats YouTube channel. Me and my lady go all around the world. And y'all check out my newest channel, New Heartbreak Legacy. That's my music channel where I drop my music projects and everything like that. I got a song right now uploaded called My Old Ways. So y'all go check that out. Peace.
My man's doing it big.
Yes, sir.
Tim's probably asleep. Tim's is probably asleep. It's all right though. Timmy. Last but not least, we got Tack.
So I just want to say I'm Tack Williams, and I just want to give the brother a thank you for having me on this program. And you guys can find me on my YouTube channel, TAK skip a space Williams, and I talk about day trading. And in fact, it's a lot of I walk through my clicks, everything, right? On my day trades, different things like that, other strategies. And I also talk about other stuff. And I have a book right here I want to recommend. I'm just going to say it is Marcus Aurelius Meditations. And it's more about Stoicism, STOIC. And it just talks about how you can focus on the things that you can influence, that you do have some say or control about, and those things that you can't, it just be as it may, So anyway, I enjoyed myself again, another night on this program. That's it.
Hey, Tack and John, can y'all show me how to flip 500 a week? Real talk. I'm being so serious. Can y'all show me how to flip that properly?
All right. So with Tack, you need
more than that?
It's called yes.
Yeah,
you gotta have $25,000.
You got $25,000, then I can help you out.
Okay.
Now with me, you're gonna need
That's
about
the minimum.
With me, you're gonna need like a level 3 approval, and I'll show you how to get that. But you're gonna have to know what you're doing. You're gonna have to just talk to me. I'll show you how to I'll show you how to make money with options, but you don't need 25,000 because it's a longer play. But
I don't know if you guys have each other's number,
$2,000 or
but
$3,000.
drop your number in the private chat. You guys,
yeah, I'm gonna holler at you, John. I need some of that flip money, that paper. I need,
And Todd, can you write the
Start
name of
selling
that book
drugs.
in the private chat?
I sure will. Yeah.
I love it. Obviously we can stay till the end of the stream, till the end of the show. So, but we're gonna close out. It's been an amazing night, ladies and gentlemen, for all you watching. Thank you again for rocking with us. And we will see you next week on the next show. Till then, peace.
If we're doing everything right, I think we should be vetting our wives, like go to their parents, go to their father.
I know they shouldn't have let me start speaking my mind in the booth, start speaking the truth. Might get shot.
I think you're just saying, okay, actions have consequences, and I'm not going to support this person's actions. Like, you don't have to cancel them and say, like, I hate you.
Innocent lives have to die.
But the whole thing is men are I also. That man was on the other side doing the exact same thing, and his decision with his eyes was to walk away.
Inside your soul.
Now we can paint the perfect picture without belittling each other, because under God's system,
We are equipped to handle that responsibility, but not every man is fit to handle that responsibility.
I done seen flip Michigan
And it's just being
cities. They pissing in project buildings that got a roof that leaks, resulting in missing ceilings. Hard to sleep. Children going to schools dealing issues deep.
So I think society does make it more difficult for short men, but I don't think that it's impossible that they can find someone.
And instructing you to do your part. It ain't hard to see they trying to keep black in the back, just like Rosa Parks. Cops shooting blacks as if they get a token from God. School rob you with needed resources.
We gotta have weaker vessel and the more vulnerable.
Absolutely.
vessel.
100%.
You don't look at the man like, oh, poor son, you were violated. No, you like, bruh.
And nobody shift my stick like some cars. And when you're lonely in your darkest thoughts, come, I know it's hard, but God shines his light on all that play their part. And it's the start.
Put myself in a situation where I can only rely on a man. Like if I'm married and being a stay-at-home mom, I need to have a backup in case anything happens. I can't only rely on him. You know what I'm saying?
A flower will grow once you plant the seed inside your soul.
I'm a poet, and the best part of me shows it. Here to speak the message of what is known, but not what it takes to expose it. Listen closer as I take you